know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil a lie tryna make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. You know ring on silence. They so astonished. I'm things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got so many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil a lie tryna make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. You know ring on silence. They so astonished. I'm things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got so many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil a lie tryna make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin', no ring on silence. They so astonished, I'm things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake was round us. How deep my mind gets. I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil a lie, tryna make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin', no ring on silence. They so astonished, I'm things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake was round us. How deep my mind gets. I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil a lie, tryna make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin', no ring on silence. They so astonished, I'm things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake was round us. How deep my mind gets. I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil a lie tryna make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. I'm dance finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil a lie tryna make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. I'm dance finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil a lie tryna make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. Stop things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake was round us. How deep my mind gets. I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil alive trying to make.
There shall be as a lone companion. It will never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers, some rely on their luck, but relentless few only believe in the steel beast. Cannot erase.
I'm back. Got my hands around their neck like I don't know how to.
After months of preparation and 2 weeks of action, it all boils down to this: the final 6 matches to play out for that one golden ticket to the EWC. This is the PMCL Grand Finals. You're joined by me here, Contra, alongside with Tash Bunny, as we cover the biggest moment of these players' careers.
That's right. Sorry, guys. I don't know what's going on with the camera. It's just moving around right now. Okay, let's talk a little bit about today. A lot going on the line, especially for these teams. A lot of teams want to play catch-up. And most importantly, that I really want to talk about is the fact that not only is there EWC on the line, the fact is, over on the mid-side area, we start to see that rise. So teams like BG, Yango Galacticos are currently, they're not safe. They're threatened.
That's true, and overall, we'll talk a lot more about that. Of course, we give thanks to our dear partners, Techno, providing us with all the greatest smartphones out there. So you should check out the Camon 40 Premier 5G. One tap, perfect snap. It covers everything you want in style. So that being said, I mean, these guys, they're looking for a stylistic finish, and most important of it all, to also secure themselves, you know, their glory for their own respective region, other than that, just the slot into Riyadh for the EWC. So definitely, this is winner takes all as compared to so many other different areas where they have more slots. This is only gonna be one, and right now, Myanmar might be looking good, but Sin Esports, like you said, they could be potential challengers.
It's really hard to say who's who right now, especially since the rise of the mid-tier. I think you know, toward the end of the day yesterday, most importantly, and I think it's also really exciting to talk about how some of these teams, especially like say teams like Goa, are starting to really up the ante when it comes to aggression. But enough about that. Let's talk a little bit more about what's going on in the game right now. We have the PUBG Mobile X Shelby, the unrivaled power in terms of collaboration here in PUBG Mobile. You can check it out over in the game right now. It is live.
That's right, and on top of that, there's also the AOT collaboration that's been super epic, where you could just go up against Titans or be one yourself. You can even fly around on those ODM gears to catch your opponents out there, so dedicate your heart to victory. So, all that aside, I mean, now that we've gotten all the ads out of the way, I think we go straight into business, where, of course, well, we have a lot of different notions of who's going to be able to take it all. I definitely think YG as well as BG are hot favorites. I look at the Cambodians, they're siding with Team Max, and understandably so. Yesterday, they had such a stellar run from day 2.
Yeah, Team Max, I think they are the epitome of a slow cooker team. Took a while to really figure things out, but I think most importantly, why it's so scary to look at them right now is the fact that in terms of positioning, they look really good. They're strong, they're aggressive, they're fast to get those really hot spots, and most importantly, they are the type of team that likes to put in pressure all around. Before we go more into that, let's talk a little bit more about the schedule, where we are currently in the grand finals, 3 days, and now is the final day. So if any team wants to play catch up, now's the time.
That's right, and there's just not going to be any form of moment where these teams can't afford to even slouch for one bit. We've went through the group stages where these teams have qualified from over a span of 16 matches, and of course they've played 6 maps per day. And look at the entirety of the tournament format. We also did have the Super Weekend where they also had to play a Smash rule on those Sunday round, and that's it. All that is said and done. So all we will focus on are those teams who are currently fighting for that #1 position. So, of course, we got plenty to talk about, where some teams, as much as they benefited from those bonus points throughout those weeks, it seemed like it didn't benefit them too much, as you can see everyone's rallying on for the 40K and on the line.
Yep, 40K, 2,400 for the league stage, and 5,000 for this grand final stage, which means that everyone has already gotten their payouts for a league stage. It's a nice reset. It's a different approach and a fresh new eyes as well when you go into this grand finals weekend. You have to think about the, you know, all the other stuff going on, such as the what do you call that, the smash rule and etc etc etc. Anyways, participating teams, you all know this already, where we all know that some teams right now very very aggressive in terms of participation, or rather competition coming in for Yangon Galacticos as well as BG. But at the same time, it's been like a back and forth between these two. The gap has widened considerably between Sin, the third place, and the rest as well. So as I said, as these gaps widen, it gets more and more competitive, because BG had the top spot for quite a number of rounds yesterday before YG came and swooped in toward the last two maps of the day.
True enough, Sin Esports will still be able to play catch up despite a big gap between them as well as YG, but 2 good games is all they really need to close that gap. But right behind them, TTQ, T-Max, and X, they're all around that 90-partner margin, so they are still going to be big contenders in this series, alongside with a potential for SG as well as RG. It's kind of tough to say about the half of the field. When we take a look at Asha, we've definitely seen some brilliance. They're definitely pushing onwards and upwards, and we get a little glimpse of what went on yesterday. YG, they managed to at least put in some really consistent amount of points.
We had a lot of conversations about what Yangon Galacticos yesterday, about how explosive they were on day number 1, and then finally they went quiet. They were back and forth before finally finding that consistency. I think each match they go through, it's either a top 4 finish on day number 2, and most importantly, the amount of points they bring forward. It's always about 5 to 7 points on a bad round. And even if they did have a bad round, I would say they're still in that top 4 regardless. They're a bit more quiet, a bit more passive, but the points, regardless of whether or not it's from getting eliminations or being able to get those placement points, they have a nice balance to that, and the overall rankings testify to that. Currently, I believe they are in the if I'm not mistaken, in terms of pointers, they are about 70 eliminations compared to BG, who are on 78. But placement points, they are so far ahead of the pack here at 48, which means that every round is confirmed of top 5 to top 1 finish.
That's right, and at first, back in day 1, we thought that Nexus Vanguards are going to be big challengers. They did have a slump back in day 2, so there is a lot that they really have to do as well to really keep up with the momentum that was built by both BG as well as Yangon Galacticos. As per usual, we start off in Sanhok, and then we'll move to 3 rounds back-to-back in Erangel, and we end the night, the finale, on the desert dunes of Miramar. So look at what we've seen so far. Sanhok, first day, won by YG. Yesterday, we start to see the rise of Sin Esports now really catching up to speed amongst the rest of the pack, and we'll have to see if it's going to be a new name on the block for Sanhok, or is it going to be either one of the two.
Interesting enough, when we look at the current scoreboard for PBMS, currently on 12th, they were a team that ended pretty out there in terms of head start points. They were on 4th, if I'm not mistaken. They started on 16 points. I'm quite surprised, at the big shift here coming into this grand finals. I'm surprised, but not really, if that makes sense. when you think about the grand finals, the fresh new eyes, the reset mentally, it really affects how you want to move on forward. Teams that we have thought were kind of unsuspecting, like say BG, who started off at 15, now are on 2nd place at 125. The gap between some of these teams is phenomenal. PBMS starts with 16, and now they're only on, I believe PBMS is on 64. So compared to the rest of the teams that have, rated lower than them, like VG, who started at 15, now they are on 125. It says a lot about the speed as well as momentum these teams carry, but also most importantly, I think that teams like BG, like Sin, and also TTQ, if you ask me, have been really holding back in terms of strats and style of play.
True enough, and a lot of all these teams are really showing what they're made of, and some of them have been staying silently. Some teams really had to adapt to the Smash rule format throughout those kind of weekends as well. So now that that's out of the way, they're going back to something more comfortable and familiar. You can definitely see the tempo really rise up from all these names out there, like you said. But Riscos didn't really have the best of head start points, but they made the best situations for themselves in the matches that actually matter. So definitely this team has been able to wow me, which is why I actually voted for them. Else I would have actually gone for YG as well. Now, also taking a look at TTQ, right? Like, they didn't really have the biggest kind of start over onto the course of day 1, and yesterday was the bulk of points that they managed to achieve, getting themselves a chicken dinner as well as a couple rounds, almost clinching another one in the bag.
Okay, anyways, for you guys who are at home, please bear with us for a little while as we will be starting the game in about 13 minutes or so, maybe 10, as we kind of wait for the players to be ready in that lobby. Now, let's talk a little bit more about what to expect today here. I think today it's going to be a big shift. I think we already had this conversation about how teams are when you know, pressure cooker moments are going to be happening. Teams at the bottom, especially the ones who are currently, I wouldn't say they're on the brink of not making it. I would say they're on the brink of trying to figure out, or of, you know, being pressured. So this pressure, it manifests itself in a very interesting way. Some teams start to show this different style of aggression in this very nothing to lose style play, which has really put, you know, a dampener on many of these high top rated teams right now. Teams like NB right now on 36, GG, even Goa, GX are teams that I suspect are going to have a massive change in styles of play, massive shift in tempo, massive shift in aggression as well. Yesterday we saw a tiny hint of a change in terms of style-wise for NB, where they were a little bit more passive. They were the type of team to just, you know, brute force their way into the circle and not participate in fights. Yesterday they really took these fights, you know, up front, and just were able to win, I think, quite a number of them as well toward the end of yesterday. So this shifts, I think, should keep on going till today. Goa showed some insane aggression yesterday, GG as well, GX at some points. I want to see more from this bottom team stage, just to really, you know, zhuzh it up a bit in terms of the standings.
True enough, and I definitely think that they have a whole lot of say on what goes on here in the grand final, since this is the very last day. Some of these teams, mathematically, they won't be able to go to Riyadh in a sense where they don't really have enough games to go by, considering the fact that other teams will also be gaining points throughout the span of the 6 rounds. So a lot of that pressure has been relieved from, like, the teams that you mentioned, Goa, GGE, or even the likes of Newborn. So they have nothing to lose. If anything at all, if they were to actually be a little bit more aggressive, they might even see a surge in the standings where they could easily find themselves a couple $100 richer in that sense. So I think there's definitely a lot to play for in that manner before they go on to a long off season.
Regardless, there's also some really interesting teams as well in that mix. Nexus Vanguard as well had a stellar start on day 1, but day 2 as well as day 2 and as well as the end of yesterday didn't really show us a lot of that, you know, that aggression, that explosive style play. In fact, they have dropped down from first place all the way to 6. That is a big big slide down as well. Currently on 91, neck to neck with Max as well, who I believe started off with only 7 points in the beginning of this tournament, and they had slowly, I mean, a lot of the casters all over on the other regions had also shown their support on why they think that this team would be going far. There's a lot of aggression for this team in terms of position wise. We start to see something very similar to Yellow Galacticos, but for Yellow Galacticos, in contrast to this team, Yellow Galacticos like to play a bit more quiet. They don't show their hand too soon. It's all about the wait and see method up until stage 6 all the way till the end. But for Max, whoever that crosses their peripheral, they will be putting in that pressure. They will be chunking them down. And in many of these situations, it's been netting them a lot of elimination points. They have, 47 right now in terms of eliminations? When in contrast to their placements, only at 37.
Yeah, true enough. Yellow Galacticos have been very methodical, and I do believe that Team Max is also getting themselves that kind of tempo very similarly in the form of their fashion. Meanwhile, Nexus Vanguards definitely has a lot more that they need to rewire. Back in day 1, they did phenomenally, and yesterday, they didn't manage to achieve that same level of success. So we'll have to see on what Nexus Vanguards will have to bring to the table. I believe that everyone right now is eager to kickstart our very first match of the day, but of course, we'll have to wait. In a couple of minutes, we'll bring you in to our first matchup in Sanhok.
All right, here we go. First map of the day, Sanhok, we are coming for you. Now, interesting enough, when we look at yesterday's track record, we started off strong with Sin, getting that chicken dinner first with 11 eliminations and 10 points. So whether or not Sin will be able to replicate the success is also a mystery. But also to think about it, chicken dinner doesn't mean everything, because Yago Galacticos yesterday showed us a lot of consistency. The first few maps of the day, they ended in 3rd place with 9 and 12th place consistently, which means that no chicken, no problem. It's the points that matter the most.
True enough, and you look at Burmese goals at the very same time, they've not even received a single chicken dinner in order to play this couple of days, and they have been able to also reach the top 1 position in a couple of occasions, and now it's time to find out who will it be to take the lead in this initial start to the grand finals of the PUBG Mobile Challengers League.
It's really scary when you think about it, because you are running out of maps. 6 maps left for many of these teams. Well, yesterday we saw a big change in pace in some teams, where teams like Austria, KHI, TTQ, RNG, 214, and Sin were the teams to come up on top in terms of chicken dinners. But these teams on the other rankings, like Yago Galacticos, BG, Sin, were also no slouches either, with an average of 9 points to 12 points each for these teams. Someone's gotta stop them.
Definitely, and we definitely want to find out who exactly will it be. Well, for Journey right now, we'll be pretty much running on a very different notion, as we will be seeing a hot drop already into the corners of boot camp as we see GX take on some of the members of GGE so early into this matchup. As the fight goes on, it's going to be a opening point for the side of GX as they're looking to rally on finding a UMP in hand. Coca-Cola will be able to go in perfectly, getting the headshot onto Xiao.
Gets the drop, not yet the confirmation. A lot of pre-fires abound as well, but Nero will not be able to be recovered. But still, fight's not done. You have players on the outside area here, Shroud to fall as well, and numbers dwindling from the side of GG. GX, you could say the same as well, taking up heavy losses on this map, especially a map as small as this, as aggressive, and this could prove lethal. As the rest of the team rally here, Kaya and Davan are gonna have 2 different angles, played to perfection, finds a nice off angle to work with, tries to bait the players out as well. But Kola may just be walking to his death. Nah, man, death is not my friend, he says. Completely overcoming the team, but at what cost, honestly?
Yeah, what a start that we're looking at here. Didn't really expect these 2 teams to really rile up a storm to be starting off in bootcamp, and I believe these 2 teams have not really met up in this location all too much. GX, however, they got that great hit start, all being brought right in from those massive efforts coming from Coca-Cola and Co. So that being said, those are 4 points they will be looking to leapfrog forward. Now sitting at a total of 53, and they only lost 1 member, as the rest of GG, of course, came into a close. They definitely have a valiant last stand on that exchange. Yago Galacticos have heard all the ruckus, so they are looking to see if they could basically pick up a couple of points before they journey even further in. And take a look at the very first zone. It is going to be circulating around the southern area of play, as well as some coverage over onto the corners of bootcamp. So YG, they're in a really strong choke point where you could consider that there's plenty of all these teams still over on the outskirts. They will be taking a slower approach. Burmese goals is currently a little far away, and it's definitely going to be interesting to see how will they make a safe rotation inwards.
A lot to look out for right now if you think about it when it comes to these 2 teams, all of these teams actually. TTQ had a massive run yesterday, just really surprising us all, because they were showing us a lot of that more passive style gameplay, but yesterday were a lot more proactive when it comes to those rotations, when it comes to holding on to their space as well. They're not letting teams get away from encroaching their spaces and areas, and I think this is something that a lot of teams needs to highlight on. Now, coming into this team for NX, they are a very interesting one. They are the team that I was was so excited to look at on day one because they were just, blowing us out of the water, catching us off guard in terms of aggression and bombastic style play. And then suddenly on day two, completely silent. We know that in terms of these teams, on how individually talented these players are, especially Joji in terms of his individualism, and Super Loki as well, if you ask me. But, while they do put in the damage, but what about the survivability? You gotta find that balance.
Yeah, true enough. I think that the problem that they really had was on those early game rotations where a couple of games they were suffering losses because they were unable to even try to get themselves into a certain decent location or even be able to trade right back. And that is just a really rough ordeal for some of these members of Nexus Vanguards. While this is Sanhok, so they should be able to at least find just about enough wiggle room for them to actually find a couple of skirmishes, and they definitely look to be one of the heavy hitters out there when it comes down to all these form of CQCs and even on mid-range duels at the very same time. Now, there's definitely a gridlock situation around this Painan area. Last we saw, YG over on the top side of the hill, somewhere towards the eastern side of where KHI is currently at. And speaking of which, Master Small lurking around with his QP. And he's got to be really careful as he's taking over onto those corners of the compound, as that space can easily be infiltrated. And thankfully, there's not going to be a swarm at this moment. While Nexus Vanguards, they arrive very close by to the members of Asia. WTZ, gotta see if he will be able to poke them prod while the rest of BG is slowly moving into the section of caves just to get a little bit of a bird's eye view for them to get that access through that bridge to get into the southern side, which is the main area of play. So right now, you can see the reason why a lot of all these teams are playing it at a slower pace back in stage one. I mean, barring GX as well as GG, because there's just so much involved in this final 6 matches, and nobody can afford to drop so early on. Speaking of which, Team Max moves very quickly. BG have caught notion of that and wants to go in for the brawl.
Very patient. Over-aggressing, different style of BG, but regardless of, the aggression we saw yesterday from BG, it's rare that we see them get knocked out super early, especially in the game. Maybe they lose one, but they still can rally back as a 3. I think BG, in terms of how they play as a team, they are very aggression-driven. They love those elimination points. They love forcing fights in many of their rotations and holds as well. You don't really see them toward the middle side of the circle, mostly to the very edges. They want to gatekeep teams, and now, they're placing themselves over the outside of the cave and also onto that bridge, means that they could play the bridge trolls, catch up anyone who's crossing that bridge as they're doing that right now. They're crossing it. So in a way, this suits their style of play very well as well. And TTQ and Sin, I'm just having a look at what's going on this end. These two teams, stylistically, rotation-wise, very similar. But in terms of firepower, I give it more towards Sin. But today, though, TTQ, they're trying to change the odds in their favor here. 2 members for Sin knocked down already means that TTQ has a little bit more leeway to over-aggress, to collapse as well, and they do just that.
Yeah, perfectly handled as they are taking the full control of the spine of the hill. The rest of Sin Esports going on prone, trying to at least find the angles right. The nades dropping very closely onto Cool. He managed to survive for only a split second with another nade locked towards his direction. And just like that, TTQ are slowly running him down, only down to WXKX. And what more can he do this time? It's going to be the last stand. TTQ fully wiped them off from Sanhok.
And it's great because these terrains from Tambang has benefited TTQ very well in their favor. And it's super important to talk about these things because TTQ are most usually on the back end when it comes to these fights. But this time around, Sin over-aggresses, perhaps a shift in perhaps a little bit more of an underestimation of what TTQ can do toward them as well. So they were honestly given a taste of their own medicine. If anything, you saw that high terrain, you would have thought, okay, maybe we should, give ourselves a bit more space because we're not able to fully contest in that fight. And meanwhile, you move over to another fight here, NB as well, with a lot of aggression coming in from them. We love to see it, but against NX, it's hard to say who exactly will come up unscathed.
True enough. NX, they're still having a very wide hole. If you take a look at the rest of the members, they're still pretty much spread out wide. Look at the other corner, Superboy trying to also find a form of a flank, but I believe his position has been noted since he's also receiving a little bit of that damage. And going back to that last fight as well, terrain advantage, they kind of have to respect that. And considering the fact that Sin Esports was already inside of that stage 1 circle, they didn't really have to over-aggress. I felt like they were just banking on hopes that if they were to actually secure a good knock over onto any of those members, they can kind of convert. But yeah, this has resulted in Sin Esports not receiving all too much. So this gap will be widened between the top 2 or top 3 in essence. And when they funnel those points over onto the side of TTQ, TTQ could even take over from here on.
Position for BG here is exactly how we would expect them to play in terms of elimination points driven. Anyone crossing from that bridge area could be going down. Even if you go into that water to cross over into the southern island, it's going to be a pain in the butt. And these 2 teams, I think 3 teams over on that end, are going to have a big problem. But Young Galacticos, because they're a little bit more on the northern side, they can cross over to Paina, meeting against 2 and 4. But for now, Austria going to completely overwhelm NX for the time being here. I think for NX, they do have another 3 more members on the lower side of that terrain. So they can, I think, just scatter away and play off each other. But I don't think that this one member that's been felled will be able to be picked up.
Yeah, he's way too far off from his teammates, but the rest of them are really looking to salvage the situation. That kind of puts them in danger, while they have to at least find an alternate plan, as well as one of the members will be able to go back into the compound to get themselves a little bit more of a leeway. Now, Ranzer as well as Fornax, they got a whole lot to do, and the rest of Asia also looking to chime in at the very same time. So it's a wise notion out of those members of NX to not really fully commit to this. But the problem is, this is just a gridlock, and the rest of NX, they don't really have any form of alternatives because they don't have those vehicles for them to really maneuver around, and it's also going to be a risk even if they do. So this is just Austria really holding them hostage for this meantime, and so long as they stay up there, these guys of Nexus Vanguards, they don't really get to bypass so easily.
I mean, what can you do? Austria can't cross because BG and RNG are watching the sides of that southern island. And even if they do, and the only thing they can do right now is just try and get as many points they can in the eliminations coming in from NX, because they have the high ground advantage compared to them. They can completely overwhelm them if they want to. The blue zone will be chunking soon, though. This circle is pulling all the way to a ruin side here. So anyone outside on the right side here, they got a pale here. There's not enough space. And Austria, they are realizing this predicament and saying, we gotta cut our losses very soon. We gotta get a little bit more closer to that island if you want even a chance to be able to get on there. So they're pulling a bit more back, giving themselves space against NX, but also in a position to keep them off the island entirely.
Yeah, you talked about bridge trolls, but these guys are the mountain trolls, really dictating the form of pace that Nexus Vanguards is currently playing, and they could not even afford to really go too far off of that location. YG understands that there's no point wasting so much of the time over onto the outskirts. They dive directly into ruins, and surprisingly, they're not being caught over onto this straight beeline coming in from the rest of YG, and the coast is clear. They get to at least play around an area that they've been absolutely comfortable with. Well, in the past couple of seasons, this was one of the starting points for the side of YG. Over the course of the new seasons, of course, they have definitely changed locations, and right now, this is going to be a really good spot for the rest of YG to hold out for the meantime.
Yeah, Galacticos here, they were all the way on the southern side of bootcamp. They made a huge beeline to a ruins area that they were quick at it too. Somehow ruins was empty. I'm quite surprised they were able to just, be able to take that basically for free. And now the rest of the teams are moving toward the end here. Love the positioning of TTQ, being able to win out that first fight, take full control of Tambang, and most importantly, knowing that all the way to the left side there, you don't have to worry about anyone, stabbing you in the back. They are chill.
Yeah, overall, NB getting swarmed by the rest of the members of Nexus Vanguards. The moment that they redirected their location, they have been able to at least capitalize on this situation, but the damage is good. And now, Jipna also catching over on Nang X on a different location. Still trying to actually pry this one open. Joji now working hard at it, while XZ, he's got the DPS. It's not going to be an easy task for Joji to really go dueling in those close quarters, so we'll have to find that spacing to open this one up for the rest of Nexus Vanguards, while they are already being negated with the blue zone all chipping their health bar, so they will just leave him for now, but they still have to watch the 6 while the rest of Asia Esports holding down Pina for the longest time will be able to clip over onto RNG, and they've also managed to recover a member, but here comes DJ coming from the back as well to join right in. Jipna secures it up against Fern X, and Asia Esports, despite denying that space against NX, this time they're down and out.
Rough. Michi on the outside here, trying to change the trajectory of where exactly his team will be. They're just too far away. I would say he is very bold to be playing there with barely any support from his teammates so far out here. As Range runs away for his life, that terrain is a saving grace, at least for the time being here. But because he's running out of space in that zone, it's going to be hella painful. I'm not too sure how his utility is looking at right now. But as the blue zone chunks through, you are going to be burning through your band-aids, your medkits pretty quickly. They need that one nade to open up the defenses for them to be able to just fully collapse. But BG are doing a great job of making sure they can strafe left and right and just basically juking all of those nades.
Yeah, they got so much area to work with as compared to RNG, who is trying to escape the blue zone from Painan after they settle the scores with the rest of Asia Esports. RNG, they still have a good chance at this once again, being over on the course of mid-pack. Wow, over on the south side, there's just so much of a crowd. PBMS now gets a catch onto the members of Go as they look to rotate deeper into the field. When we focus back over on Master Ichi and the rest of Burmese Goals, the rest of RNG corralled the party with a 3-1 formation, trying to take on 2 fights at once. 2-1 for Akira also in the mix. Damage being done over the crowd, and
nice
that's
nade.
a beautiful grenade coming from Kree.
Beautifully done, and Kree is not gonna try and collapse at all. They're just gonna try and see if they can bait anyone out, and they do just that. And BG happy to join in on the other end of that map, stealing away an elimination. RNG cannot hold. So now they're going to be in trouble as BG sets their sights to the rest of 214. And this is going to be very interesting. Unknown taking that first contact to be able to relay information to his teammates and calls upon Yatka to play a lot closer with him so that he's able to just trade off each other. Close by is also KHI, so they can look to say, okay, let's go in for KHI, take away this compound, and then look to keep out PBMS after this. But you know what? Never mind. Let's do both.
Yeah, BG, they're having a decent location, but they're still somewhere on the outskirts now, getting pinned down. This is going to be pretty tough for them. While they have 2 members swarming upwards, trying to secure themselves a compound, takes out a member from the side of KHI. Claire, as well as Migs, trying to find a detonation, and yes, they will connect it up upon Lil Yaka. There is still Unknown that can go in for a pickup, but he is being blasted out of this match. BG only walked away with those 2 points, all thanks to all these massive grenades coming from KHI.
Nice. Molly just really pushed Claire out of the way, and now he's knocked down. A lot of dot damage onto that as well, so he's getting barbecued to death. And PBMS, understanding that there's a lot of space that's been opened up here, and as well as being able to get that refresher is just phenomenal here. Clear, I'm not too sure if he's going to be able to be picked up here unless the rest of PBMS decide to. I don't think so. They're just going to wait this thing out right now. Gonna chase, excuse me, closely in the back end, get him in the end here, as the rest of KHI are just happy to say, we're just happy to be here inside of the circle and inside of a compound, because the rest of y'all gonna have to find a way inside here. The only winning team right now, in my opinion, over in Ruins is Yango Galacticos, and the circle, in fact, favors them. So this is where the question lies here. Can Yango Galacticos actually defend their area to hold? Goa wants to contest. That nade already set out perfectly by SayCloud. They got 2 knocks already, and most importantly, it's not even them that's getting knocked. It's TTQ on the outer end here. Understanding that many teams will contest this, they decide to be the third party, stealing away eliminations, and effectively, possibly just giving Yango Galacticos away out because they are the ones stealing away these elims.
Yeah, and overall, TTQ have been there from the get-go. They didn't really have to reveal too much info until the right moment comes in for them to strike. And right now, all these teams scrambling to move right into Ruins right now is gonna have to meet the wrath of either side of the party of YG or even TTQ, which is why you can see the rest of them are playing over on the corner of the spine of the hills instead of onto the areas of Ruins directly. Now, these Battlefront compounds is going to be very important for them to have a lot more time to play on, with KHI really dominating all these fights, but as I say that, makes immediately being tapped out by Pretzel onto that S12K. Now only a few members left. Blanks now have to hold the line all by himself inside the compound. KHI so far bagging tree, but they definitely don't want to have this one run out for themselves. PBMS now getting chipped by the Blue Zone, and now that it's all settled down, it's the time for Blanks to go in for the swing. He gets one, looks for another, but he is running out of bullets, and just like that, he will be able to deter the entirety of PBMS. Phenomenal work coming out of Blanks.
Nah. Ain't no way he got away with that. Oh my god. Blanks, clip this and put it on TikTok, man, because this is definitely one for the highlight reel, because honestly, what the heck is that? That was a play of desperation. That was a last stand, and most importantly, PBMS's biggest mistake was not stopping that res and playing as a 2. They were not communicating. They were just swinging out one by one, allowing him to have these mini isolated fights and completely overwhelmed. It's just a super important, I would say, moment for the team to be able to hold that on. But with KHI being able to take that away, this could be huge. And our Yangon Galacticos, I think they knew that KHI is close and they are going hunting. A lot of free fires in hand here, and the way Yangon Galacticos swings together, that is how you want a double swing.
Yeah, that was just pixel perfect, but man, what a heroic play coming out of Blanks. With a decent bout out to the hands of Yangon Galacticos, I can absolutely respect that, because he have just made the clutch of Sandhawk throughout the entire 3-day span of action in this map itself. Now, we go back into the rest of the field, now left with only the top 4 teams. You know, going back into all of this, since Esports they started off here, and because of them being gone, YG taking over the entire circuit, is this going to be a field day out for them to really slowly pick apart all the teams over on the outskirts? As you can see, Nexus Vanguards, they've been able to squeeze right past the edges from time to time. Now it's going to be the biggest hurdle for them, because that space is slowly running out and everyone is forced into the direction of YG. Master Smile trying to rid it down the forest, man. I don't think he is a big fan of forces, but of course that did nice. WTZ from getting a little bit more mobility to cut right into the centerfold of the ruins. So of course needs to be done, while the rest of GX somehow kept themselves afloat, and will still have 2 more members to be able to hold true, while the rest of YG looking for that grand duel up against TTQ.
Yangon Galacticos, they have so far done everything right this game. But the question is whether they're going to be able to hold here. Yangon Galacticos has a lot of layers when it comes to their holds. A few players on the bottom side, one on this top side from Monot Boy, and this could be a game changer, especially if they knew how to play with it. A lot of players on the outer side of the circle completely taken out. The same could be said about GX right now, who's just completely, found another member from NX. They're just falling one by one like bowling pins at this point. So for NX, what is it can you do to just really equalize? As Yangon Galacticos, I'm just quite surprised here, because Mernat, he is marking every single team and member. The only team that's not being marked or being kept, in terms of their positioning is TTQ, but you have other players inside playing the CQCs.
Yeah, overall, it's a really good breach coming in from Bunny as well as Zuki, with a very, very swift rotation with the vehicle that they have. And now it's going to be tough for YG to really clear that space. It's going to be down to those CQCs, like you mentioned. And the rest of YG, now that the 2 other members have a little bit more space, they're looking for an exit point. Bunny now over on lower ground. They did not lob a perfect grenade onto Zuki. So this is a great chance. YG looking to close this and create the widest gap possible for that #1 spot as they look to close it out. Bunny still trying to seek a little bit more of that space. GX, however, stood tall amongst the many, as they are still over on the outskirts, so don't count them out, because that area that they have could easily get those angles up against both TTQ as well as YG. And here we go, St. Cloud now going for that line of fire, but he misses the mark. Romeo with a jump shot, and they are looking to clear it out. Great knock, and now it's GX here to party with only 2 members left on each side. They're not even looking to be able to go in for a grand reset, but they will just rally on. Now only down to Isaiah's for GX.
Nice nade to come through as well here. I see us trying to at least find another one to his name. But the bodies coming in for Young Galacticos, he's managed to just dwindle it down to 1v1. But not by forward!
Oh!
But in the end of the day is GX that's able to win it away. Position-wise was stellar, forcing Young Galacticos to take the fight against CTQ and also pressure them, means that they're able to equalize, effectively stealing away that chicken dinner. What a heartbreaker for Young Galacticos.
What a jaw-dropping performance coming out of GX as well. This is a team that we least expect to be able to actually seal the deal, but they've been able to really play it super elusive. They also won some of all these early duels coming into the boot camp, and that's how they've been able to pave that way into the island. And because all these teams were not focusing on them, they get to really squeeze into the top 3, and then they sealed it up against the rest of Young Galacticos that ran out of space. So that was just absolutely perfect for GX.
And a lot of these elims as well just came from that last circle. 10 eliminations is phenomenal for these teams. I think for GX, we had a bit of a conversation about them in the beginning of the pre-show about what it means for them today to be able to, rise to the top. We saw moments of aggression, moments of really good plays coming in from them yesterday, but none have really been able to hit the mark quite yet. But on Sunup, they made it work. It's just by happen chance that their compound was favored over the ruins area where Young Galacticos was holding. If anything, that gave them an edge and they were able to run away with that advantage.
What a way to kickstart our run here in the first match of the final 6. So GX, as much as we haven't seen too much out of the past 2 days, today is their grandest run, upsetting the likes of YG on that tail end of that matter. YG was really looking to surge up ahead from the rest of the field, but with GX's denial, they are also looking to claw their way up into the top 10 and even further.
Interesting enough as well, when you look at the rest of the teams as well as the brackets, a lot of teams that we expected to be at the top aren't really there. BG, this is surprising performance for them, not being able to go as aggressively as they wanted. At one point, we did see them play the game they wanted to play, to be able to catch people in the midst of that rotation, to be able to keep them out, especially toward the eastern side of the island. Unfortunately for them, that late rotation made, they had to pay the price. Eventually, you're not able to get into the circle early. Well, you're going to be dealing with many teams waiting for you on the other end. It's just swarms and swarms of teams. It's only a point. There's only so much you can do before you're going to be able to be taken down. And now the gap widens between Yellow Galacticos and BG here. 152 points to 127 is the benchmark here to beat, at least for a BG, but as well for third place and fourth place as well. 106 to 103. There's big gaps coming in from the first and second and third even. And even the heck, when you look at the rest on the bottom side of the charts here, between 13 and 14 as well, it's getting huge.
Yeah, and that was a big win coming out of GX to really create this kind of margin, and GX has moved 2 positions from this win itself, so that is just some really big leap that we're looking at throughout the middle field, as well as what's happening right here with GX really winning it out. So on top of that, YG is definitely the biggest benefactor when it comes down to this brawl overall, because of their firm location that they held on against the rest of those that we expected to do well. Like you mentioned BG, you've also mentioned about some other names. Sinners, they've definitely dropped out a little tad too early for our liking. And looking at the performance out of FV Gaming, he's been really sharp today. 27% on the headshot rate is definitely not shabby at all as compared to most often not in Sanhok. A lot of teams will be looking for those body shots when it comes down to CQCs. And look at that, 919 damage. And he's been really soaking majority of that as well, while his teammates kept him alive for most part.
FE Gaming is interesting. I mean, when you look at how he plays here, first contact is most important as well. I think they landed, what, 10 eliminations here, and most part of these eliminations have been, you know, I said before, in the last circle as well. So if anything, compared to Young Galacticos that prefer to play and get 7 points elimination most of the time because people were fighting for their compound, a wait and see method for GX suits them a lot better. But for now, we're going for a break. After this, we're going to go straight to Erangel. Okay, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're heading straight into Erangel, the first one of the final day today. It's going to be super exciting, honestly. We saw a big shift here, especially for GX. They are currently at the middle side of that bracket. So I am expecting to see more. Diego Galacticos still maintaining their consistency from yesterday. But what happened to BG?
Well, what happened is that they got gated off for a lot of these teams, and of course the pressure is piling onto all these 8 squad in order to put their best level performance as we dive back right into our classic map of Wrangle.
Okay, here we go, coming straight into Erangel one more time here. There were a lot of questions that we had yesterday on exactly how today is going to be starting. We saw a hot drop early as well, fairly early just now, early fights happening that I think changed a lot of the team's rotations as well as the survivability. And now are we going to be seeing the same? That's the question. Fight path from Primorsk all the way to the southern side of Lipovka. This is going to be rough. So we saw a majority of teams actually were always dropped at the northern side there. Rozak has people usually, Saverni, Yasnaya, even Hospital and Georgia Ball.
Yeah, there's just all these tough locations for them to really find with this kind of skewered fight path, and it's definitely a good notion for all these teams to really drop early to quickly find those vehicles across Gatka, which is a plenty, right? Now, the big question right now, how many teams are looking to join into the island? It's only going to be the usual set field with Goa as well as Nexus, Vanguard. So it is going to be a decent start for the rest of Sin Esports as well. So we'll have to see how well will they go, because last round they did manage to acquire those kind of points that they desired because they fumbled early up against the rest of TTQ pushing out their ruin sector. So right now they need to once again recuperate, at least with the circle going back into the mainland. This is going to allow them to have a little bit more safe reprieve. So all eyes definitely onto the Islanders again. How will they make the cut now that they will have to really create that space to breach through the bridges?
Northern side, okay, cool. Opposites day, I suppose. That means NX and Goa once again going to be finding themselves maybe a later rotation. So mostly since a lot of players did drop on the southern side of the mainland. So like it or not, you have to wait this out a bit or be forced into those early fights. NX just now suffered quite a bit, if you ask me, from those early to mid-game fights. They weren't able to stay together as 4 all the way up there till the end. But wow, early fights one more time here, quickly catching 214's member away. Had a bit of a scuffle there just for a vehicle, and we know who the winner is.
Yeah, 214 really swift on the strikes, and now it's just gonna be a tough location for the rest of NB to even try to sift their way out. They really have to just ditch XZ out in the open. Into the swamps they will try to actually reach, but Michi is still on the chase. There's barely enough space for XZ11 to actually move about at all. So tough luck to really kickstart off the run like this. And NB, they're already at the bottom of the barrel for 3 days in a row now. And
Ouch.
This is just a little bit of that sucker punch that really was unnecessary, because they are already suffering much more than enough.
Okay, that was the early fight we saw, and honestly, I'm not surprised. When this kind of flight paths happen, there's always going to be a beeline for those vehicles, much more, if you ask me, compared to the usual flight paths, mostly because this is going to be an insanely quick rotation coming in from many of these teams. Yago Galacticos managing to make their way up to where they want to be, honestly, to a hospital, towards southern side Georgia Paul. They hang out around there as well, and I think it's fair that they want to do that, knowing that where you always drop has everything you need, knowing that it's not too far away from your drop spot as well. It means that you can put away that maybe make that space compared to the rest of the teams that are dropping over on southern side and kind of like competing their way through the loot and also vehicles as well. So putting themselves away from harm and being able to get safe for the end game has been a very typically a Yango Galacticos thing. So, this time around, them being in the middle of the scroll, that's not happening because BG is the one middle first, and also a very different trajectory, because usually, I said earlier, BG usually plays at the side.
Yeah, BG, most often than not, actually, they start around Rozak, so this is just them having their usual kickstart, and they're already benefiting a whole lot from this zone itself. So YG, at least they got a lot of all that safe space to actually work with their usual spot inside of Georgia pool. So all they really have to do is to maybe make that rotation. If they want it to be even safer, they could cut across the northern section, which there's no teams planted through at the moment. RNG, this is a team that so far has been able to wow us back in day one. Day two, I think they've been doing decent effort to really keep themselves afloat, but it didn't seem to be the same level of success because some of all these guys like YG as well as BG were absolutely on a push, while we're definitely very eager to see more out of Jappy and Co, as this has been a roster that has definitely had a lot of experience in the fields, whether if it's from the PMCL runs in the Philippines or even back in the old days of PMCOs. We've seen these names before. Now, going over to GX, this is a team that just won that battle inside of Sanhok, and now they are just inches away to breach further than top 10 because everyone's in the touching distance within the 17 points.
The northern side of the circle is fairly empty, so I wouldn't be surprised if NB decide to go northern side and come in through shooting range. I think it's fairly safe for them. A lot of space as well. There's a lot, if you think about it. No one has really crossed that body of water throughout the middle side of the circle. Shooting range, Severny, Stalber, empty, ripe for the picking. Is anyone gonna go there? I mean, we did see a few, I think, last week when it comes to these rotations. So... My thing is, so far, I'm not seeing that quite yet. Maybe a lot of teams are trying to force fights. Who knows?
Yeah, the entirety of GX is looking to gatekeep the rest of Nexus Vanguards, and this is just a little bit more problematic for those members of Nexus Vanguards, which last round we saw them really attempt to squeeze as much points as possible from their position. Didn't manage to chicken there, but no problem at all. At least they are the 4th team to be able to join the triple-digit club.
Oh, that's rough.
And that is a beautiful catch coming from Yahiko, playing off a cheeky angle right across the bridge. And just like that, YG loses one member out.
NB getting a bit more proactive here. They were unlucky early, but they are definitely a team that I would say still tries to change things in their own trajectory. Taking it track by track, 2 points already in the bag, you know, slowly making their way up onto the charts as well. So, you know, again, that nothing to lose attitude be hitting crazy today, if you ask me. I'm expecting more to see from NB and GG later today as well. As for PBMS, the same could be said about them in terms of aggression, in terms of styles of play as well. You know, for them, they really challenged many teams getting into that last circle, getting into Sanhok, that last map, excuse me, getting into Sanhok. They forced fights, they were able to overcome and still maintain as a team toward the mid side of that game as well. It's looking huge. But for now, for the rest of Yago Galacticos, perhaps they are wanting to serve them a taste of their own medicine for taking their teammate a bit too early. It feels like that's the case now as XZ11 gets dropped and knocked down pretty easily. The rest of Young Galacticos on a hunt. They are not happy.
Yeah, evidently so. I'm pretty sure in their heads they're saying you messed with the wrong hood by cutting LeBron to North George, taking one member down. And YG, they're confident enough once they figured out this is NB. This is a target that they really want to acquire, as they definitely are confident with the firepower. But this kind of rotation kind of puts them up against Yahiko.
No
He's
way.
being brought down low, and now Master Smell considers a 1v1, but is not able to really close out that gap. St. Cloud did manage to pin out from an off angle instead, so they are just slowly wearing out those members of NB.
That was actually the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life. NB had all the chances in the world to stay as a 2, at the very least 2 at the end of the game. But Yahiko decides to give chase, decides to see whether or not he can get a little bit more aggressive, take away another player for Youngos. But Young Galacticos were just not having it. They saw him out there in the open with no cover, nothing, and said, you know what, you really want to do this? You know what, yeah, you know what, let's just drop you out. They did just that.
Yeah.
Quickly eliminating him. They're just like, okay, sayonara, done our job. Good luck to you, our final member of NB. Don't let us catch you again.
Yeah, it really felt like a little bit of a petty exchange coming in from these guys out there. It's like, oh, you really want it? Yeah, let me give you a little taste of that. So even Yahiko, at the very least, I mean, we talked about all these possibilities, right? Well, NB, mathematically, they're not going to be the champions. So they might as well just, you know, go ahead and really caused a little bit of a stir, and YG heavily upset about that. But because of that crazy hole coming in from NB, that kind of buys so much time away from YG that they had to loiter outside the blue. The rest of the players are already out in the field, so it is just a little bit of a setback. I don't think it really hinders YG all too much. Now they're on their journey into the mainland of Rozak once again, so we want to see how will they deal with this situation, because if they were to move it right now, it's still going to have a significant space for them to hold, whether it's going to be in the city or somewhere onto the outskirts. But outskirts over the south side is where the party is at. So look at the GX members once again. They are currently flocked by 3 teams surrounding them at the moment.
They do have a tanky vehicle, so I'm not too worried about them for the time being as well. They have a lot of space, terrain as well to work with and cover. Because the same thing could be said about the other teams just flocking over to the mid-side area here. This 3-way, 4-way fight might be going pretty insane if you ask me, as PBMS is going to set their sights onto GX, but GX are just not having it today. They're saying, you know what, we have a lot of catch-up to do. Please get out of our way here at 69 points. The nade comes out. PBMS looking to rally. No, it's not PBMS. Actually, Sin here looking to take away that space. Looking at third party as well at the same time, displacing GX. So whatever advantage they had in terms of terrain, gone. Sin is going to fully try and convert this take and perhaps take away a kill or two. At GX, they rally back. They're saying, no, we want to make sure that we're going to be able to hold on to this ground. But you know how Sin plays here. This time around, they are in the high ground terrain. They're going to put in a lot of damage. Other members of GX, Isaiah's in trouble. Coca-Cola tries to rally, but Nero completely runs over Cool. WXKX also cannot hold the tanky vehicle used to transport a majority of the players of GX. Just waterfall into the area to completely throw away any advantage and aggression Sin had been able to take away from them, and Dale is finally the last man standing. And while that's happening, PBMS also says, hey, we've been watching for quite some time at Coca-Cola, able to catch him jumping out of the vehicle. You do not challenge this man.
Wow, it's crazy. Coca-Cola have been able to take on all of them at the same time. None of the members of GX have actually received those points other than Nero, and right now, holding firm. I felt like Sin kind of overcooked right there. They overaggressed, really trying to overcommit against GX, who had that hovercraft, and now they'll have to fend off all of this alone, relying on those smokes to find a little cover. That Reapers has gotten him out! Scotty making it look like it was nothing at all, and PBMS looking to shut off GX at the very same time. So, great time to capitalize. They will be able to reign supreme up against those two squads that were going up against each other.
Very, very interesting as well. Diego Galacticos as well. I'm keeping a close eye on these teams' rotation. Just that they were hanging around that T junction, or rather a T bridge, making sure that they're able to not only safely cross, but be able to see whether or not there's anyone hanging around at the other end. As soon as they see it's empty, they immediately made their way toward the northern side of Ruins, and now they're just hanging around that upper end of the train, just buying time. The only team that's by them right now is Foxy inside of a compound. They can go hunting if they want to, but I think for now, those two teams have a gentleman's agreement. A lot of aggression coming in from many sides of the map here, especially the southern side. But the big winners this time around, BG. This is very rare, very different. Yeah, they always go to a Rozak, but for them to come in from the lower southern side of the map and make their way straight to Rozak and then place themselves inside of a safe compound early is very unlike them. But understanding the gap that they have and the risk for them to lose that first place spot is keeping them a little bit more passive.
True enough, and I really do like these kind of stances, right? Including YG, who actually looks for the crowd over the south side and found a straggling unit of NB, and that is going to be the last stand. Well, not too much of a problem for the rest of YG to deal with it without much of a retaliation, having only one member out there. So that's going to be the third point for YG. And what I really like about the plan for YG is that they had so many options, right? They were over on the north for a significant amount of time. And then after that, they say, you know what? Let's go for the crowd. We can actually farm those big numbers. Now, they can afford to play a little bit more risky as compared to BG as well as TTQ, because they now have that gap created from that last round's top 2 finish. Could have been a chicken dinner. And they can even afford to drop so long as they actually add more and more of all these elimination points. Then this gap will still be maintained very well by the rest of YG.
Well, so much for that gentleman's agreement from Foxy. Thought they were not gonna aggress, but I guess in a day the circle shifts and you gotta move. So game is game. And the circle will ping pong to the right side. So Yango Galacticos as well as NX and 214 are forced to go for the Great Migration one more time. And this migration is going to be annoying. They have to go down the terrain, pass by some buildings as well. So, Yango Galacticos could, I mean, they have a lot of space coming from before the blue zone finally shifts. So they could go a bit more aggressive, take this fight, take advantage of the high ground. But then the same that couldn't be said about PBMS here. Tell that they were just a little bit unlucky in terms of trying to cross as well. So GG, they're gonna say, don't cross into our church. CQC is the name of the game, and you will be shot in the face.
Yeah. Overall, the quarters of rows out there, just battling for that space before they make it into the zone. And great angle coming in from the side of Devon, prepping him to appear right across the window pane. Right now, suppressing one more member. GG really taking a firm hold. PBMS, after that kind of scuffle that they had over onto the hills, finding themselves pretty much stuck inside the urban setting of the rest of Pachinki. So if they need to actually wiggle any form of space, they kind of need to buy a little bit more time before they get anywhere deeper inside. But as the situation continues, there's also the arrival of the members of TTQ over on the back. GG now have to also scramble for a little bit of the space inside of the city. Well, they will definitely be able to at least hold on for the current moment. YG now going closer and closer into the zone. And right across them is going to be a couple of members coming in from another squad that's been inside ruins for quite some time now. The deeper they go into the water town, that's where they will challenge BG. Speaking of which, Yaka has been waiting. They catch Master Smell in the brink of it, and now on to Say Cloud. Is he going to be able to make the cut as the rest of the field of BG is zooming right over on to their crosshairs to find that respective member, but Say Cloud will be able to hold still, finding that entry over onto corners of the barriers.
Take the time as well. It's fairly safe. There's a body of water. You can hide under that bridge as well, so they're chill. But the separation between him and Mernat Boy is what I'm really worried about right now. The lack of support being able to be given to each other, and Say Cloud just running for his life, somehow managing to put on that plot armor, survive a bit more, but the same could not be said about Mernat Boy. Say Cloud here, what the heck? He's able to stay alive, and I think SG wants to try and stop them in their tracks here. With MM running into that water, if they do cross him, interestingly enough, he can relay the information to his teammates to be able to play some fishing.
True enough, and I believe he definitely heard some of all the shots of the barrel coming in from the rest of BG to be noted that there is somebody in the water, so he will be a little bit more cautious about that situation, but SG is trying to also survive on their own, while Lucy is also getting himself engaged up against some of all these players, and that's going to be TTQ. Taken out by the zone, I believe, as the battle continues over on the course of the corners of Pachinki. We're looking at GG now cutting across, finding Goa inside of the vehicle. Interesting enough, he could not really find the angles right, but he could definitely pile a bit more pressure. GG's got to fully commit. I mean, that guy is absolutely sitting up right there, and he's actually looking the other way around. Got Kel. He tries his chances, and I believe that's the call for a swing with the rest of GG coming in from the far back in order to secure it, so not too much of a hassle at all. But the rest of GOA is over on the lower ground, though. They should be able to kind of gatekeep them because of this instance. So, GG, this is still not going to be an easy task for them to cut through.
Try for reposition here, but still a ways to go. They're so far out of that circle as well. See a lot of rallying back coming in from GG and NX as well. Oh, man. It's already a few rounds in a row now that NX is trying to at least make something happen. 11th place with only 2 points is rough, honestly, especially when you are on that downward slide. But Max this time around still stays strong. That Crater is doing them a lot of favors to give them a lot of space, to give them a lot of cover as well. And it feels like because of how many people are in the southern area, anytime a player pokes out their hit, it's an immediate reaction for any player to just shoot toward them, which means it's going to be knocks upon knocks, but never fully full pickoffs.
True enough, GOA just waiting for the right opportunity while the rest of 214 Cure moves right into the dip, looking for those members of Max, but they're holding firm, and the damage has been done. Two members knocked out, still having Trezzy somewhere in between alongside with Archer X. Cram so low, and Chronai, he needs to also find some of the space, but Cram does it even better. 2-1-4 Akira with a great gate crash, and now they're going to be receiving a little bit more of that pressure coming from those alternate angles, but they've been able to do it perfectly and stash away 7 points in the hands right now with 6 under the belt of Lion.
It seems like this aggression from many teams are not stopping. As for who's saying, let me steal away a kill, just force you into these CQCs as Clay Jr. as well. Gonna catch the VAD on the outer side of the area as well. Very, very adept and very aware. Both teams suffering heavy losses right now, but more in the favor of Goa compared to GG, because GG has to go for a pickup, the last man standing as well, but Kaya has been such a difference maker to the team there, able to dwindle down the numbers, steal away a kill, and isolate many of these fights. He finds an angle, yeah, but Goa's timing and crunch was just a lot better, but Goa's not out of the red yet, because Austria is there to receive.
Yeah, they've been zoning off all these teams, forcing them to really funnel into their own direction, and they've been able to slowly wear them down one after another. Rangers 2 points in. A respectable run, but they will not be able to get more of that 1-pointer out of the placement. Definitely they could have actually used a little bit more now that the top 10 position is currently being challenged by PBMS at the same time. YG managing to squeeze past, Safe Cloud still trying to survive, but now have been able to be spotted out by unknowns. Perfect positioning, and this is definitely a great chance for BG to now not worry all too much about what YG does, and now for them to really hunt out for a big chicken dinner of their own, where they've been starting off inside of Watertown for so long, and they are starting to get a little bit more active up against 2-1-4.
There's just so many fights happening around the map, and so many teams that already been eliminated means there's a lot of space, especially into stage 6. As BG, they had a lot of advantage being able to spawn or just jump into that mid-side area of the map quickly. Holding on to that town area and being surrounded by water means less teams are likely to try and crash into a compound. And now they're getting a lot active. They have a 2-1-1 formation, a lot of control on the western side of the map, taking control of the southern side of the compounds, plus the top side of the terrains as well. Means that teams such as 2-1-4, even SG and KHI are going to have so much trouble even entering the zone.
Yeah, it's just a firm hold right now for the rest of BG. They're taking 50% of the current zone, and all they really have to do is just focus fire onto that safe spot that 2-1-4 Akira is currently holding out. They're looking to at least squeeze past with those 2 vehicles that they have, but soaking a little bit of damage over the side of the line, and they are moving towards blanks. The clutch factor that he brought back in Zadok is also going to be a decent effort coming in from him. And I thought it was going to be another one up against 2-1-4, but they did manage to negate the threat. While BG, they got this hill, and it seems like there's just not much to stop them with another grenade dropped right over the corner, almost clipping on the line as they still hold firm. And I think that's going to be able to seek it out. 2-1-4 Akira will not be able to last even longer than that.
Yep, BG rallying despite the slow day number 2. They still are showing their fangs, especially on this map. A lot of teams are being their peripheral and being pressured on right now. Be it Goa, be it 2-1-4, no one can really hold. And this team is very healthy. 4 bodies still up and running. SG somewhere on the northern side of the terrain, and the circle does not want to join in on this fight. So forcing BG to take this fight against Austria is the best course of action. And BG are happy to oblige because they have a lot of advantage in terms of terrain, in terms of utility. They have no clue where exactly the members of Austria are, at least Fern X inside of those smokes, but they are leaving nothing to chance. Any smokes they see, they're just gonna pressure it. Fern X is eating a lot of damage from these nades. He's trying to dodge them, but it's not going to be easy when it's just lobbed upon lobs of those nades coming at you. And Fern X knocked down here means there's going to be a lot more openings opened up for them to completely overwhelm, as top will be taken away by Godspeed. Fern X, I don't think he can be recovered, as Ranzer just holding on to the very edges of that blue zone.
Ranzer on his last stand as well, quickly getting caught up by Lil Yaka. He's so sharp over onto the top end of the hill. Now it's just between BG as well as SG members. There's only two, and they are looking fed up. They did actually find those two members, and they run right through. BG kind of fumbled this one, and now MM gets to actually reign above the hills and take over control. Now, one member side of BG. What more can they do? Godspeed has got to clutch this one, and he's looking for that care package to amp up his firepower. Is he going to be able to find that space? Because I don't think SG really has a firm clue where he's currently at, because they know those two members were rushing upon him, and now he's looking for that off angle, and now finally spotting him, looking for the second care package. A little bit greedy, but if you're playing alone, you need all the firepower you can get.
It was a 2-on-4, and BG completely underestimated the firepower coming in from SG, and they are rallying. For now, Godspeed does have access to that circle, has access to a lot more utility as well as a better equipment. He's gonna set up these smokes, and this could be massive because it's gonna allow him that space to be able to isolate these fights as well. Keeping very silent and forcing SG into a CQC is his best bet here. I think he's already noted where MM is, and the same could be said about Godspeed as well. So both teams are just gonna slowly find their way into a position where they can just isolate off each other's swing. The crossfire is coming in from SG. It's a smart angle. They have a nice pizza formation as well, and they managed to just really put in the pressure. But Godspeed somehow managing to edge his way into a tiny little shack. I'm not sure if I'm a fan of this because it means that there's less space for you to work with, but he's already understanding that situation and moves his way outside of the area and hides himself behind the tower.
He's trying to really isolate the targets. He's finding whatever cover that he needs. MN now being a major threat as he is now throwing past him. And quickly as he goes, he brings out the Goza into action, pushing right through. He needs the support. Where exactly is it?
No
he
way.
does actually get it done. Godspeed looking to secure the point at the very least, and now going in for that brawl. Darrow goes in to close it out, and SG dominated the field despite BG in from control initially.
BG are never beating the allegations of no chicken, no problem, man. They are never beating it. That is another heartbreak today. Stolen away from under their noses. A 2v4 that SG was completely able to overcome. The timing was right, waiting so far away at the edges of the circle and forcing other teams to fight. I have to say, when you can't fight a team alone, when you can't fight an elephant alone, make the elephant fight another elephant and then come in later as well. So SG looking great right now in terms of decision making.
I don't know who brought the elephants to the party, but I think this is looking absolutely great for the side of SG as they have been able to really cause another stir here in game 2. So once more, like you said, the denial of huge chunk of points for BG, they must be fuming after this. I mean, that's supposed to be their game, and they were overconfident on that push, and really, Jarrell, they really showed up towards the tail end of this matchup to be able to really pull up all the punches up against the rest of BG.
Honestly, this is looking great for SG as well. I mean, they are one of the teams that are currently, I would say, the newcomers to the top side of the ladder as well. Starting off today, I believe they started off pretty on number 7. I'm really curious to see where they are now, because after Sanok as well, they were just hanging around number 7 still. They didn't really make too much of an impact that map. This one is going to be an interesting one later as we see whether or not they're able to overcome some teams such as TTQ or even SG.
Overall, this is just one of the fine margins coming in from SG, and an important one for them to really surge up ahead. When we take a look at the brackets early on, Silent Gods, they were around the top 2, or I mean, not exactly top 2, within the top 8 or so, and they're definitely going to be looking into securing themselves a top 5 finish by securing this winner chicken dinner, and a potential to even overtake Nexus Vanguards that haven't been really finding any form of rhythm throughout the course of the field. So this itself, definitely huge news for every one of these teams that has been able to make the mark. So let's take a look at the chicken dinner winners once again.
Okay, looking at the match rankings right now, bringing 20 to the table. SG looking to just completely run up the charts here. And this is really exciting because BG still in the no chicken, no problem zone. But still, 15 points is definitely a big step up to the beginning of the day where they barely score any points. I think 2 points only for Sanak, if I'm not mistaken. So this is something that they need to be able to play catch up on. Now, for the rest of the teams here, teams such as Sin and TTQ, who have had a massive rush up from the middle side of the rungs of the ladder. Well, currently they're stuck. No movements yet from them, but NB and NX overcome these two teams, which is honestly a treat to watch.
It definitely is, and it is definitely a daunting task for those 3 teams that is currently stuck over on the bottom of the barrel right now. And what I'm mentioning is in this specific match itself. Nexus Vanguard's only 2 points. Sin Esports walks away with 1. TTQ is supposed to really look for those big points to really catch up to that number 2 and 3 position in that sense. And they will be looking to slide even further down. With BG's performance in this matchup, they should be able to really close up that gap. And initially what we saw was about close to 20 points of a margin. Right now, they're at least sinking it down to about 14 points at the moment, up against the rest of Yangon Galacticas. Good news for the side of TTQ is that they're not overtaken just yet. Nexus Vanguards with those 2 points is drawing it to a close. And take a look at that. SG with the chicken dinner right now also have a chance to secure a potent finish of top 3, as they're definitely up in the contention with also Sin Esports fumbling those 2 matches. And this is just the rise of SG, and they are definitely looking like the dark horses, as they should.
Honestly, it's super exciting as well. When you look at Yangon Galacticos, I don't really want to put too much emphasis on them, but it's more really about how they're playing here. They're looking really good right just now, despite getting knocked out pretty early. If you ask me, only 1 placement point. They still managed to secure 4 points. Now, between 3 to 7 points are the points that Yangon Galacticos has been able to bring to the table in almost every game. Whether they get knocked out early or not, having points to bring forward is the reason why they're still very much up there. But enough about them. Let's talk about MM here. This player is very phenomenal in terms of positioning. He is, I wouldn't call him a first contact person, but he can be if he wants to. He's very dynamic in how he plays, very flexible would be the right word. He can change up his role from playing in the back line to the front line if his team needs him to be. He's always the guy that's playing on the top side of the terrain, a bit more far back, giving that cover fire for his first contacts of his teammates as well. So it's looking really huge for the team in terms of their style of play. We're starting to see that the execution come through. I'm so excited for SG, but for now, another 2 air angles to go before Miramar. We'll be right back.
Welcome back once again as we're getting ourselves ready for our second matchup of Wrangle, and there's one more to go right after this. We are looking at the rise of the Filipinos coming into our final day of the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia Grand Finals, and it's looking great so far. SG, with that last chicken dinner, they're seeking for a chance, a redemption, and perhaps a possible ticket for the EWC. We'll have to find out in moments' time.
Coming into this one, I think I'm super excited to see how the top of the charts are starting to shake here. BG looking to come back. I think that's super important to talk about because for them, it's all about playing catch up because day 2 was so devastatingly slow for them compared to the comeback that we saw, a slow start for Yago Galacticos. Meanwhile, the middle side of the round are starting to wake up. NB is starting to be a thorn in everyone's side. Let's see how this story plays out on the second air angle of the night.
And we're reaching our way into the halfway mark real soon, as there is only few chances left for them to make an impact here in the biggest stages of it all. Starting things off by the corners of Primos and Fairpure to be hit into the far corners of Kameshki. There is definitely a little bit of a space that is going to be out of reach in the name of shooting range as well, 70. But I believe this is just about as decent as it could get. While this will allow a few teams to be dropping directly into the islands. Last round we saw once again Sin Esports not really having the best start possible, and they definitely need to really pick up the slack right now because they're slowly sliding, especially now with the presence of the other names like GX as well as SG really making a statement carrying the flag of the Philippines.
Kind of hoping to see those early fights happening. I don't think I'm going to be getting that option for now. Most importantly, in terms of rankings, I think all eyes, of course, are going to be on the top 3, right? The fact of the matter is, TTQ has been impressive. They were starting at the middle of the ladder, especially on day number 1. They only start off with 6 points, and now they've managed to claw their way all the way to the top 3 with 106 points. So in just 2 days, they managed to collect about 100 points already, which is honestly phenomenal. And most importantly as well is that very passive style, conservative style play that I always criticize. They finally found that secret sauce on how exactly to make that execution work.
Yeah, and that is absolutely vital right now, especially in the final couple of rounds, and they're definitely putting everything on the line in order to make it work out for them to at least climb a couple of positions, be a couple of hundreds or thousands richer, and if they keep doing it, who knows, if we see more fumbling coming in from the top squads out there, those spots are still left vulnerable. So 4 matches in total to be played out, including this one, of course. So that definitely is a decent enough chance for the likes of TTQ right now. Like you said, they've done so well that they are right now sitting at top 3, 1 point above of Nexus Saviors. Well, as much as we've definitely scrutinized Nexus Savior, I think they definitely are doing a decent job maintaining. Well, SG, they are silently making those big moves, and they absolutely caused an upset towards YG last round.
SG, I think today has been a theme of stolen chicken dinners from Yago Galacticos, from BG as well. It's so close, having all the advantages in the world and being, having it stolen away for you can be kind of devastating, especially in a situation where you was a 2v4 or even, or even a 1v3, and then suddenly just getting those micro isolations. I believe one of the players of SG did get disconnected. I think it was Gerald, which is going to be very unfortunate. I'm not too sure whether or not the lobby will be remade since we're already this far in. So if it is the case that SG will be playing as a 3, then it's going to be very unlucky. But we have seen a lot of power come in from this team, even without a full squad.
Yeah, true enough, and I hope that they can actually get that one sorted. Since it's still very relatively early, but I believe that there's no call for a remake. I believe there's also certain chances that he could just, sort out his own connectivity issues in that notion. So we'll have to see if he will be able to at least have any form of impact in this matchup. While TTQ definitely wowed us for a couple of rounds now. And I'm definitely looking forward for a whole lot more. They're just so surgical when it comes down to all these matches being played out inside of Erangel, and even in those matches in Miramar TTQ, they are so good at looking for those bases, and they are just implementing that absolutely fine. And B, last round, we've seen them really try to cause a little bit of stir up against YG, and they kind of have a little bit of notional success, claiming one, but it kind of really put them in the risk. So I don't think they're looking to try it again, or will it?
Gotta wait and see how this plays out here in terms of positioning, in terms of play as well. KHI also had a pretty good run, I believe. Unfortunate for them, I think one of their best runs on map 1 was, I think, cruelly stolen away from them. But they are a team that has got a chicken dinner yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, as well. So this team is definitely something to look out for as well, if you ask me. In terms of firepower, in terms of style of play, they are very phenomenal. And, honestly, I would love to see a little bit more aggression coming from them as well. I just want them to remember what they are capable of, this particular team, knowing that Blanks will be really good at being able to survive initial skirmishes and also be aggressive. I think Blanks had a moment where he won a 1v3, or was that a fever dream?
It definitely was. Back in Sandhawk, that was just about 2 matches ago. So even last round, they were going up against 214 Akira that was swarming over onto his direction. And Blanks always pulls no punches back. He always delivers in those kind of situations, but it was only left all alone last round, which is where he was trying to convert whatever he can. So Blanks definitely had his grand highlight moments here in this grand finals. Look at the rest of the field as well. GX, the winners back in ruins of the Sandhawk matchup, have always been on this modus operandi to really gate away those players over on the far south, namely Nexus Vanguards, who's always utilizing this bridge to really get into where they need to be.
Okay, we're seeing a lot of rotations already. This time around, Galacticos is not going to be the earliest into that circle. They're taking their time this time, and understandably so. They wanted to see how insane the rotation is going to be, and how exactly they're going to be, dealing with the rest of the crowd, going into that circle. The area they're going to rotate through is fairly open. They're going to go in toward the ruins area. They're going to stop there, go and get their loot checkpoint for a while, and they can even drive through Prochinki or even head towards school, because those areas are still fairly empty as well. Most teams had already parked themselves over toward the southern side of the map as well. Granted that most teams as well are coming in from the southern side. I'm talking about SMB in particular. Sorry, I am speaking in riddles right now. Holy crap. But anyways, because of how many teams are already there on the southern side, I think Yago Galacticos is identifying that and understanding that as well, which means that they can go for the northern side, they can go for a terrain even, or a compound to play with, and then just take advantage of teams that are close together, that are stuck in a 2-way, 3-way fight.
Yeah, it's understandably so, right? Because right now, all that space is created because these teams are kind of banking on hopes that it will still close in the mainland. Looking at the mini-map, I believe that there's still a coverage into the military base, like you said. So what these teams do, they will just flock over onto the corners of the river, so that if it's going to be a crossing that they need to achieve, then they would either take a swim or maybe fight over on that bridge. So that kind of really opens up all that spacing for YG to really make that surge forward without any form of commotion at all. As it's going to be a little bit of a stroll, it is going to be a team right over onto some of all these areas, which is Austria Esports, if they were to move further south into Pachinki. But I don't think YG is going to go in for such a wide wrap. So it's just going to be a little bit more of that time burner for stage 1, as majority of all these teams have already got themselves planted in the zone. The other couple of teams that are taking a little bit of a late swing is going to be 214 as well as NB, as they have definitely usually go on a very slow start. It was actually 214 that starts on Primos, which I thought they would have actually garnered a little bit more of that head start, but look at the situation. It's still a 50-50, and it's even worse. More coverage onto the island.
Yeah. How are you gonna guess? You don't know yet. It's still fairly early, and it's only stage 2. It could hard shift even. But I think a majority of teams, this is the scramble going into that island as well. So teams like NX or even Goa, they can take their time, and that's the reason why they haven't rotated into the main line, because they're trying to see where exactly the circle is going, and they gambled fairly right. With NX holding on to the southern side of that bridge, and also some form of control to Novorep I think they are looking to strengthen their hold and control onto the area. Most importantly, being able to catch those stragglers. Those who cannot cross the bridge will be forced to fight on top of that bridge, which means that NX can just be third-partying, steal away kills, because I'm looking at GX right now already in full force against BG. Master Ichi knocked down already, and it's looking bad because without Master Ichi, one of the biggest impact makers for the team, I wouldn't say it will cripple down the firepower from BG, definitely not, but because of this hard rotation, surviving is going to be a lot harder with just a 3 compared to 4 bodies.
Yeah, I certainly agree with you on that stance as well. YG right now struggling for that kind of spacing because they move in a little late, right? And with that kind of pull towards the south, this is where they really want to join in with the rest of this fight, where if they really have to scramble for that space, they need to get those elimination points. And back towards the side of MX's Vanguards, they have been forming up this hole, but it's instead the members of GG that was across these corners. Kai as well as Shroud goes in for the exchange. Shroud getting knocked down, and he brings in the Car 98K. It's been a rare weapon that we don't really get to see all too much of, but in this spaces, this is absolutely lethal, where you can go in for the pinpoint accuracy shot, and just like that, a perfect headshot coming from Kaya.
It's looking great right now, just taking it track by track, understanding that they don't have to push toward the bridge. They've done a great job of turning this bridge into puzzle pieces, you know, making really isolating it, and also making sure that they're able to identify how much space they can work with. And now the first kill already knocked down in their pocket, and eventually the rest of GG and also Austria are going to have to scramble. Nang X needs to be picked up. The same could be said about GG. If both teams manage to go into a reset, then we'll go back to square number 1.
Yeah, he's really trying to at least recover Nang X while he tries to fend them off. Those nades are slowly flying in. Asha managing to sustain for a little bit more. Rans are finally finding the little bit of that gap for him to recover Nang X by the staircases. But that allows the rest of the members of GG to really push forward. Now popping up that nade. Oh, drawing to a close. Hitting over onto the scaffolds instead. And now Kaya getting the angles right from below. And he's just having so much impact through the bridges.
So good. His positioning has been great. Identifying where exactly the players are going to be and playing around from it has given them so much dividend. Austria couldn't even hold because they weren't able to identify where the open areas and where the players of GG were going to be. We talked so much about this team GG on how, you know, we see moments of brilliance, not able to make an impact, but today it feels like this pressure cooker moment has really, you know, woken them up. And the same could be said about Max. I think the first start of the day, especially the last 2 maps, have been fairly bad for them. A lot of casters have started to change their tune about what they see in Max as well, and they're starting to heat up. And this Max that we're looking at right now, being able to overcome 2 members of Sin this quickly and looking to start more of a rampage, they're going to be very, very vicious to deal with later on in this map.
True enough. While we wait for their activation, there is activation coming from the side of PBMS. Up a grenade up against VG. And VG wants to breach through because just by the edge of this pier is the zone itself, and none of these guys are benefiting from this scuffle. But right now, whatever points that they could get if they did not make it through is definitely going to be a big addition to what they could actually achieve. YG brute force their way up against the rest of TTQ. This time around, they could not breach through PBMS, and this time it is going to be a firm hold coming in from the rest of TTQ, already by the edges, and now even more fights. We talked about that, and here they are, take out the rest of Sin Esports.
I said that smoke as well as a nade to just really make that space away. But somehow, Cool going through a smoke, seeing WXKX and relaying that information gives him another kill to himself. And Yango Galacticos themselves are feeling the pressure right now. Try to go a bit too close to BG, and one thing that BG does best is a great hold onto the compound and area of play. They're able to find 2 members of Yangon Galacticos already, with one of them very, very low in this very moment, and the rest of Yangon Galacticos forced to go back into the blue and go back to square one. Figure out how exactly they want to rotate, either to the circle or even stay on the main line, because there is no space for them, and throughout the entire thing of that, Max has been eliminated.
Yeah, GX's rival came in the right moment to really take a swing over onto those two teams that were battling outside of the blue zone. And all these teams that could not really make the cut, they're making it worthwhile right now. The rest of T14 tries to squeeze past. They did manage to find that gap, and two of these members have passed. The members of MB, however, still lying in wait. They do know that Cram is over on the top corner, and he's got nowhere to run. 2 versus 1. Can Cram make it a clean finish? You have to really clutch it up, but apparently no. XZ make it really swift with that one tap of the DBS.
Wow, NB. If only could see this performance on day 1. Unfortunately for them, it's going to be a hard hill to climb, trying to make it into that top 3. Regardless, for 214 as well, could be set the same. Super active today, super aggressive as well, looking real good. SG over on the kill feed as well, managed to get one more. So PBMS alongside BG, they've been in this compound, this area for quite some time now. They've been in this Mexican standoff, you know, with PBMS peeling away, giving away them space, and allowing for BG to take fights with other teams. In this situation here, when already one of members got knocked down, they're saying, okay, we shouldn't be hanging around here too long. Let's just, you know, cut our losses. Let's go for a rotation now. We gotta force and cross into the island somehow, because the longer we dally here, the worse it's going to be. And they're gonna be going to take a big risk going through this waterside area here. You know, with the likes of RNG and even NX waiting on the other side here, it's almost impossible to get out of the water unscathed. But it's still gonna be a gamble, because while I'm saying all of that, Goa and RNG are having a big fight on the other end. So that that space that we assume to have someone there might have been emptied out later.
Yeah, and really there was no option but to take the plunge for YG. It is rather tough. They went in for that late rotation, found no space whatsoever, not even in the form of exchanges, so that's a 0-point run. Big moment from the side of BG, but they are also struggling as of the moment. Still in the blue zone, while the rest of Nexus Saviors, well, they are looking really good inside the island, but they're looking to fend off some of all these other visitors of the islands in the form of NX. Joji now, great catch over onto those, as they will be able to take away GX. And that was a massive round for GX. 6 points, despite all of that ruckus that we saw earlier over onto the north.
Honestly, BG somehow still alive despite everything. TTQ also has to move their way into the waters. Not too sure where exactly 214 has been marking as well, because if GG and Goa keep them busy, it could give a great window of opportunity for TTQ to be able to preach into the island and slowly make their way into the game one more time.
True enough, BG just playing for survival right now. That one member inside of waters probably want to buy as much time not being seeked out by the rest of the field. While most of the action is now taking place inside the island, there's 40% of water at the very least on this updated zone, and it's an SG getting peppered over onto the bottom side of the hill. Nexus Vanguard so far looking sublime, really hitting the mark, and that's going to be MM out for the count as well. SG, hot off of that chicken dinner from that past round, found that spacing, but now they're looking relatively vulnerable, only having Lucy to really find that spacing further up towards the northern area, where 214 Akira, they can actually have a significant say in this matchup, alongside with the rest of GG, but these two are also battling for that location, so to speak. Rangers now spots out those members of Nexus Vanguard swarming right through, and they really want to rally up a fight, and the damage has been done. Joji goes in for a trade, he gets it, and now Super Loki once again draw it to a close with Loki shutting out the rest of RNG.
NX is rallying. We talked about them sliding down the charts, not being able to make their presence in the game from day 2 and even the first 2 maps. Now, hello! This hard circle is giving them so much. It's favoring them in terms of their drop spots, so they don't have to rotate too much. They're already pretty much in the circle, and they're making use of every single advantage that this game is bestowing onto them as well. As TTQ here already make it onto the other side, onto the island itself, you have 2 members a little bit more late late into the rotation, keeping a close eye out, providing this long-range cover for the teammates over on the other side. They've managed to put in the damage as well, but for TTQ, the other two that crossed, one of them already been knocked down. There's going to be Bid 7. So if anything right now, Zuki forced to be alone without any form of help or even support from his teammates as the other two are crossing the waters. But because there's no one there, I think they can fairly come through into the island unscathed.
Sure enough, it's going to be a long swim nonetheless, but TTQ, at least with that pressure onto GG, have created just about enough gap for them to slowly swim right through. BG still hiding by the waters, now needing to also dock over onto the corners of the shore. And GG so far, this having the most massive run that we've ever seen from them by just playing the bridge keepers. They've already stacked a total of 12 points altogether before we even close this one out. GG now soaking with a little bit more pressure as the rest of TTQ further commits. They definitely got all that intel from their two members that came in pretty late. Now, despite all that intel, they don't really have all too much distance to really close up a hit in the form of exchanges. Gus will kind of sacrifice himself because of that late movement as he definitely detected the rest of GG. But here comes Superboy. They won this compound, and look at how quickly GOA preps up those grenades, expecting them to flush right in, but they're just not going to be falling through into the compounds just yet. So playing by the outskirts, good call for Nexus Vanguards.
They don't have to. I mean, they're not in a situation where they have to have the compound as well. They have terrains to work with, which I think is the next best outcome or hold when it comes to where you want to dock yourselves at. If anything, right now as well as TTQ that I have my sights on, because they are having a hell of a terrible time to not only get into the circle but crossing as well. Look at how flat the land is with no cover, barely any tree lines or even weapons. Not weapons, it's gonna be rocks as well. If anything, for 214, they can benefit by taking out the members of GG. That's 2 points in the bag, and at the same time, slowly making their way to take another fight to TTQ, because soon the blue zone's gonna chunk in, and TTQ is gonna be pressured.
True enough, right now, even more pressure onto this member of BG. Where exactly can he safely make his way through? And I believe some of the members of Nexus Vanguards have gone fishing for a little bit up against the members of TTQ. And they have already identified, okay, 214 Akira is kind of around, but they're inside of these compounds. We cannot really catch up on the points. But Zuki, however, on the outside of the blue, finds one, and he's going to be the last member standing. He is trying to convert whatever points possible. So this is just going to be a time scramble for him, but he is being picked off by Kree. Sharp eyes, sharp attack. TTQ, respectable finish.
Honestly, that was decent for TTQ. A lot more passive than usual, but understandably so. They weren't able to get into the circle as easily as they wanted to. So another point for 214 there as well. Well, they weren't able to survive as a team, but doing great at just taking these stragglers and pickoffs as Superboy eats the full force of that nade. His other teammates rally. They're gonna be answering back with the util of their own. All the nades will just clip onto the other members of Goa, as for who rendered so low because of that molly as well. But it doesn't stop him from still playing an aggressive stance as Loki moves around the area, moves around the compound in a more aggressive manner, getting quite active. It's delivering so much information to his teammates to identify which corners, which angles to play with, and where exactly is safer for them to play. Rex 18 rendered so low, as for who tries to play a more aggressive game to keep himself and prolong his team's presence here. Not going to be able to, will eventually fall, but this fight's not over yet because SG has decided to join in on that scramble.
Yeah, it's SG that kind of suppressed the attacks coming in from the rest of Nexus Vanguards. And that nade almost fully clipping onto S4, who he recovered in the nick of time, and he tries to fall back, but that opens up the angle for Superboy to close it out. GOA, that was a hot-fought battle, and without those numbers, it's definitely hard to beat them. Burby's goals did manage to at least squeeze into a top 5, adding a little bit more from those placements. So now as we continue, it's all about whoever is in the islands. So last we saw, Nexus Vanguards taking firm control. Now that they got themselves that compound, this is going to be a stronghold, but 214 Akira can kind of find those angles from the outskirts.
And this is phenomenal when you think about how BG was able to play that. They were also one of the teams that were late onto the island. In terms of rotation, they had to cross through the water as well. But quick thinking means that they're very adaptable, very malleable on how exactly the play goes here. You want to go aggressive? We go aggressive. We take those kills as people were trying to get our compound. We have to rotate. Fine, we rotate, but let's go for a longer rotation. Go through that water. Let's go in one by one. We're in trouble getting picked off by teams that are fishing us out. That's fine. Let's die. Two of us die and leave one more player hanging over in the water, far away out, and just stay as long as we can into a top 5, bringing us some extra elimination points. This is massive in terms of how many pages they have in their playbooks and how adaptable they are as a team. But speaking of teams as well that are adaptable, NX, SG, 214, GG, these are teams that have not been up here in terms of eliminations, in terms of survivability. These are teams that are making a bang on this final day.
That's right, and of course, for NX to also recover, they have not made a bang over on today too, and this is the moment to do so. And what I love about today is really the rise of the underdogs as well. At the moment, the rest of Nexus Vanguards dropping in whatever troubles that he has in order to flush that location out of Lucy. But Nexus Vanguards, the longer that they take to really find a different position, the rest of 214 Akira can actually benefit by staying over on the high ground, because depending on where the zone shifts right now, as I speak of it, it shifts towards the favorite over the south. But once again, 214 Akira, they got a bird's eye view onto everybody over onto the cross section, and right now the rest of Nexus Vanguards need to make a run in. How are they supposed to do so?
They got the terrain, they don't have to move. They have a lot of space in front of them as well. They don't have to force these fights. If anything, it's NX that's in trouble. The compound is not in the circle, so they're forced out there into the open areas. They cross, they're gonna be in trouble. There's a crossfire coming in from Lucy, from 214. Hell, even GG are able to just completely obliterate them, and now they're stuck. The blue zone's gonna go through very, very soon here. At the very least, for 214, they can move forward a little bit and play off that terrain. But for NX, well, they're gonna have to fight their way in.
They really have to. Right now, being suppressed by the presence of 214 Akira, as I talk about the power of the high ground, and they definitely caught notion of that. Now with the recovery, are they going to be able to buy enough space and time? Damage done, Kree goes down, but just in the nick of time, Michi saves the day.
And that's perfect. Having one player be that first contact as the other person comes in from the other end from a different trajectory to be able to completely annihilate the team. And that is huge. Playing as a team timing is great as well. 214, not only are they prolonging their survivability, but as well getting that top up from the eliminations they've gotten. Perhaps they can just hope for Lucy to take that first contact against GG, because I think that members of GG are sort of marking him. But at the same time, because 214 are making a lot of noise here, their hand is shown. So what are you going to do in this situation? Are you just going to try and go aggressive on 2-on-2 and just allow Lucy to backstab you both? Or are you going to say, hey, I'm going to back off, maybe deal with Lucy first before going against the other two members? Question mark.
Yeah, that definitely is a very big notion on what they decide to do. They plan to take up the fight up against GG because they know that Lucy's locked inside the shack. But once they actually corral into that battle, that allows Lucy to also climb the hillside. So I'm not too sure whether or not is there going to be any possibilities for Lucy to eventually get out of the HUD to be a little bit more involved. So the best bet right now for SG, wait for these two teams to really go in for a huge fight, and he will be able to at least squeeze a couple points and maybe turn the tides around in this 2-2-1 battle.
No one's moving. Only the blue can force them out of the way here. GG has a terrain to play with, not as advantageous as 2-on-4. And GG, let's just see if they can change that. I mean, it's still a 2-on-2. It's still very equal footing for both teams here. And GG is very known for these surprise pickoffs, whether it be from nice angle played or even the corners as well. A nade to open up everything.
That's right. Those exchanges, not really finding the mark just yet. Kaya so far looking so sublime. He secured about 7 eliminations in total. And it's all done across those bridges and the fight up against TTQ. Now they need to even find a little bit more. Those nades now tossed into random terrains as 2-on-4 is banking on hopes on a lucky strike. But they kind of need to pounce a little bit further up to really find the angles. And I think Lucy right now has that kind of space because these two members of 2-1-4 is not even looking towards the 6 already. So that being said, Lucy, will be able to actually squeeze right past. He's already planning to make a move out of the fields, but immediately as I say that, Kaya from the other side has been able to take him down. So now, down to a fair 2v2 duel.
They're doing a great job of just being able to mark the player, Lucy, as well, and still keeping a close tabs onto the members of 214. But this ending is not gonna be the easiest for GG. That terrain does not favor them at all. And 214 is a little bit more proactive in taking over that northern side area. They have a player on the lower side of the terrain and one on the top side here. They're slowly going to try and play off each other here. Both teams just barely seeing each other in terms of that terrain.
Very respectable from both ends. GG kind of can have a little bit more wiggle room to spread out over onto those open fields in order to really negate whatever angle is necessary coming in from the side of 214. But they're just making sure that the rest of 214 does not pounce from right above. As the circle slowly closes out, there's barely enough space left. They will have to kind of fend each other off over onto the course of the open terrains eventually. As they're biding a little bit more of that time, the rest of GG, they're a little too slow on their approach, and this is going to cost them if they're going to be even later than that. Now Kaya tries to push up the hillside, and now that's going to choke all the angles coming in for the rest of 214, pulling out in the open. Now they are over onto the upper edge, so I think 214 definitely has a good shot, and here comes the Molotovs, trying to zone them away, and that bang puts Kaya pretty down low, and Devon is also getting zoned out. He still has a sticky grenade. He tries to lob it far ahead, not really clipping onto the end members on the side of 214. As they draw this one to a close, somebody's got to make the calls, because right now the standstill is just putting everybody at the edge of their seat.
Davan has not even been moved from behind that tree. They've thrown Molotovs, sticky grenades, even nades behind there, and he has not moved a bit too far wide here. He's being very patient right now. Gets a clip onto one member, one more to go. Kree is alive and alone here, but the firepower from two angles coming in from GG was just too much to deal with. And 214, what a fumble that was! Having the high ground advantage and moving away and giving away your advantage to GG. GG, great in terms of positioning and play, and they run away with that chicken dinner.
GG, calm and collected. They calculated every single measure, and that 1-2 punch at the end was what really secured it for Cambodia to really stop the streak coming in from another win from the Philippines. I would still say it's a valiant effort coming from 214. They played their cards right, but towards the tail end, I think they were scrambling because of the space that was slowly being choked up, and they start to realize that they don't really have all too much left than to really focus onto Devon. And because of that angle, Devon got them pretty much lined up, and just like that, it was a big win for GG. And so far, Kaya looking so impeccable. 10 points of elimination, and they really suppressed so many teams in order to move their way into the island.
Yeah, GG is honestly looking at their peak right now. It took a while for them to be here, especially when we talked about what it means for this team to play together. Let's talk a little bit more about that after the highlights. Okay, here we go. Looking at the score right now with GG bringing in a whopping 26. And honestly, most of these eliminations have been for their placement location-wise, I think, toward the western side of that island, which means that many stragglers coming from the northern side, coming from mainland, trying to get into the circle, have been dealing with hell when it comes to crossing in front of GG. 214 comes pretty close at 12. I mean, not even half the score coming in from GG. And even then, NX as well, starting off today with the second air angle with a bang. And this might be a rally coming up from Nexus Vanguard. We're gonna have to see.
Yeah, it's been a huge round for them as they didn't really have to move all too much. It was very, very painful to watch YG struggling for that space. They walk away with 0, and they're not the only ones. KHI, Sin Esports, as well as Asia. But even worse for Sin Esports because today, I think they only walk away with 2 points from what we saw in some of all these rounds, and this time walks away with nothing, so they will further slide down the list. Now being pushed over onto 7th, SG still climbing 1 point away from TTQ, and Nexus Vanguards have moved back up to top 3 because of all these instances of what went on inside the island. BG, they are drawing it to a close. 9 points is what it takes to tie the knots against YG.
Yeah, they were able to run away with 5, so it wasn't as impactful as they would like it to be. Because most of the time for BG, most of their eliminations, most of their points, excuse me, does come from eliminations. This is a different look for this team, you know, trying to play on survivability instead of aggression. It's a different, I mean, again, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just very, very different from what we saw from the league stage. Now, GG, 214, NX, and SG. Interesting enough, GG and 214 came from the middle of the pack. These are teams that I believe on day 1 for GG, they came into this tournament with only 4 points, and now they're looking stellar. They're slowly climbing back up the rankings right now with 52 in the previous match, and now already here at a better trajectory, a better score. And I'm not sure because it's so, I'm not saying like it's super close on the lower side here, but their, you know, explosiveness toward the end of this tournament here has to be studied. Regardless, as we look at Kaya here, 10 eliminations is what we are looking at right now. I think in terms of their style of play, for the past few days, it's been phenomenal coming from him. He's always been that hard hitter, that impact maker for the team as well. So for him to be able to run away with the MVP is not surprising to me.
Yeah, and at the same time, he's really shining a beacon of hope for GG to really make their way into the top 10. So, of course, good notion so far. Big games coming from them, and even big moments for you guys to capture. With the Techno Cam on 40 Premium 5G, you can take one tap and the perfect snap at any given moment. This is the device that all the players have been using, and of course you guys should actually get your hands to dominate the field, just like how those members of GG absolutely did. So far, things are definitely heating up over onto the fields because that race to the top, that finish line right now is kind of left wide open. Yangon Galacticos did not pop off, and of course you guys could also swerve into action with our collaboration with the American classic Shelby, where you can either get the GT500 or 427 Cobra, and you definitely want to add that to your garage.
And speaking of adding things to the collection, you also can look at the PUBG Mobile X AOT collaboration. Is currently live, so you can check it out because there are Triton transformations, ODM gear, and so much more. But after this, guys, we have another 3 more matches for this grand finals. Do not get anywhere because we will be right back for more PMCL Summer 2025.
shall be as a lone companion. It will never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers, some rely on their luck. But relentless few only believe in the steel beast. One day, the fuel tank might run empty. The flame would go out. But there are some ties that even time cannot erase.
Wait a minute, bitch, I'm back. Got my hands around their neck like I don't know how to.
3 more games left on the block for our grand finals to conclude, and there can only be one to be sent into Riyadh, Saudi Arabia for the Esports World Cup. And coming right next is going to be our final matchup in Erangel.
Gonna be interesting as we go into this one. And most importantly enough, I think I would like to see a big step up, especially for Young Galacticos. They started off the day strong, but now their rotations are being cut off over and over and over again. Their tactical slow movement into the circle completely denied. Perhaps it's time for them to really step up the pace. Maybe go a bit more aggressive, maybe be a little bit more fierce on what they want to take away from these maps. Regardless, enough about Young Galacticos, because right now the top spot is, prone to be and bound to be in anyone's hand. Let's leave it up to fate, because this is going to be the final map of Erangel.
And once again, we have a skewered flight path through the south side, coming in from Milta Power into Primas. So that is going to be another tough hurdle for all the teams out there. And it's definitely fitting for the grand finals and the final matchup in Erangel. It will definitely allow access for teams like NX into the islands very easily. So, and last round, NX definitely benefited by gaining plenty full of points by just stashing it all away from all the teams out there when they have the hit start inside the island. But it was GG that triumphed above them all. So that said, we're looking at those top teams right now kind of suppressed for a little bit, and I'm just hoping to see a little bit more of an even fight, so we'll definitely have to see how this zone will actually take them through the course. YG also going to be going for an out location, as they usually would take those vehicles somewhere across the prairie region to be moving into Georgia, so we'll see, can they finally overcome their troubles of those late rotations moving into this match.
Interestingly enough, I mean, I'm wondering if we are going to be seeing, since I think we have the last 2 weeks, we saw a moment where a circle repeated itself. And Young Galacticos, that first circle didn't work out in their favor. And after that, let's see how they, readjusted to it. But this time around, okay, readjustments, throw it out the window. Don't have to learn anything, because you have to go up northern side here. And in many cases, Young Galacticos are always quick to go through the southern side of Georgia Paul. But this time around, SG and KH, wow, you're in the same area here, you're all alone. This is a high-risk play, but somehow it's a great first form of contact by Clur. But he's not going to be able to hold on his teammates a bit late onto that rotation, so they're not going to be able to answer back.
Yeah, such a swift maneuver out there. MM and the rest of the pack have been able to at least secure quite another advantage in the form of those weaponry moving into those compounds. So a very explosive start, which we have definitely expected out of those kind of outcomes when we move into the fields of getting those vehicles and looking likely to even have another one inbound. KHI this time going for that chase once again, and this time they will be able to manage to get a knock out of Lucy. MM now stranded, and this is just tough altercation, as they are definitely looking to avenge their fallen member Claire, and that exchange should be able to at least sort it out while they are pretty much having the vast majority out into the grounds. So the recommitment coming from the side of SG is kind of unwarranted, if you ask me.
This is the second time today that we have seen a situation where we get one and then suddenly, okay, we have done our job, let's go and taunt them again, and the other team just giving them a taste of their own medicine. We saw that from Young Galacticos, KHI also dishing it out, and this time around, SG on the back foot. They have lost 3 members very, very early, and how do you come back from that? Especially after such an explosive game on game 2 just now, being able to bring out 20. Now you're gonna have to not only start off the game with only one player. It's a long rotation northern side. Yes, you are near Mansion. Yes, Naya Poliana. Yes, you are going to be potentially one of the first teams into that northern side of the circle. But surviving later as the circle shifts, well, that will be a feat in itself. But if say that Miner does manage to run away as a single man player this entire game, I would eat my socks.
You will eat your socks? Well, I don't want to watch that. Well, over onto the course, KHI still going in for a whole lot more. This time up against the rest of Max. And Max, they got the angles, and they look to where there are all these members of KHI because they got themselves out in the open terrain easy enough for the rest of Team Match to catch them on board. So I just felt like KHI, they just went absolutely ham, and it's just too much of an overaggression that kind of didn't pay off to the tail end of it.
Looking at how RNG is the fastest one into the mid side of the circle, straight towards shooting range here. I mean, it's interesting how we're seeing this rotation. The only fight that happened just now was between SG and KHI. We haven't really seen full fights out from other teams at all, even despite teams just passing by each other, crossing from Yasnaya Poliana, or even on the western side toward Georgia Paul as well. Yago Galacticos still not in the circle, and honestly, I was quite surprised. I mean, to be fair, Yago Galacticos does not like to fight really early, but I was hoping for a shift in pace here because they are the team that has full control of Southern Georgia Paul. They are a team that could potentially take control of the choke area in the southern side to be able to get into the northern side of the area as well. But we're not seeing that. They're taking a more passive approach, understandably so. But hey, a girl can dream, huh?
Yeah, we can absolutely dream about that. And I think, like, eventually it'll be a decent effort coming from the rest of YG to be able to capitalize. Perhaps they're waiting for more of these teams expecting them to be moving into Georgia Pole for them to take control of that bridge. And YG can actually farm those big numbers. So that is also another different angle that we can actually look at instead of having YG to be planted firm. But I definitely do think it's safer for them to be in the North Point instead, since the circle has popped up all the way up there. And Sin going on the chase up against those members of Nexus Vanguards, I don't think it's going to be worthwhile. So it's great that they were actually switching over onto different gears, and we'll be able to continue their journey onwards. And now we're finally getting YG into action, spotting out those members of GG, traversing through now got cut and finding themselves onto the open spaces of low ground. Probably needing some backup coming from Sean to quickly pick them up because that vehicle is pretty much burning up already. Master Smile at it with the Mini 14. Haven't seen him with this weapon in a long while. Well, he's going to be looking to trace them with the M4. A lot of damage over onto the vehicle. Not enough to even pop the tires as of yet, as they're trying their level best. It's only some significant damage, and they did actually catch a lucky headshot onto Boyshan from that long range.
This could be called a sweet, song of success as well, as GG were the team to potentially clip the wings of Yago Galacticos in that previous match as well. Shout Reddit solo, Boy Sean hasn't been picked up quite yet, but there's no follow-up for Yago Galacticos, so I think they should be able to pick him up with no problem. But the hesitation coming in from GG is the lack of information. How many teams are hanging around here? Is it safe for us to go toward him? And they're gonna just move together in a vehicle to be able to do so safely and move together as a unit. And Yago Galacticos this side here, instead of going for that choke I talked about, they're instead rallying and going up that Gatka mountain and trying to catch anyone rotating in a bit more later. So I'm liking this strat, honestly, because the circle will definitely shift away from them. It's going to be a slower approach than their usual style gameplay here. Definitely a different pace in how exactly they navigate these circles, but it's not the worst in the world because this kind of play will allow them to be a little bit more aggressive, get a little bit more in terms of eliminations compared to being in the middle of the circle where you're so prone to being crossfired. So you have to play a little bit more passively and more quiet up until a circle number 6 and above.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that because if you think about it, if YG allows all these teams to either bypass or get clipped, then once every member have passed over onto the course of the field, they already receive all the information that they require in order for them to slowly cut through the edges, and by doing so, they can actually farm even more elimination points. So even if they don't really have the center, they can kind of fight their way through. Understanding their terrains across Georgia Pool is definitely going to give them a little bit more of an edge, while definitely plenty of all those teams who are already inbound is going to be scrambling up against each other. Speaking of which, this is actually moving even further north. So YG will now have to make their regards on to how exactly they will be able to pass right through. NB has been able to reach over onto those corners, and the last time we saw, NB was the one that kind of zoned away those members of YG. Can it happen again? And not too far off, inside the blue zone, by the corners of hospital is 2-1 for Esports at the same time. PBMS moving deeper into the corners of Severity. That's where most of the fights were expecting to be taken in those later stages. As we take a look at YG scouting all around, nothing inside, so they can actually make the safe call to rotate over onto that course. And I guess that they're just making sure that NB's not there.
2-4 is going to be having a terrible time getting into the circle. Even if Young Galacticos does empty out the area of Gatka Mountain, the coming in from that western side is going to be hell. Because there is a terrain, which undoubtedly Young Galacticos will be the first to get toward as well. So getting there will not have a lot of coverage, not a lot of places to hide either. So 2-4, they're gonna benefit from coming in a bit later. But at that point, when you're coming in that late, you're gonna be a little bit on the back foot when it comes to meds, when it comes to utility as well, because you're stuck out there in the blue with nowhere to go, just in a gridlock. So when you're not able to move around the map and get a little bit more active, like GX right now against NX, that's gonna be a problem. Super Loki, first contact looks good. He wants to go for another. A lot of free fires happening right now, but Super Loki cannot hold his teammates a little bit more, too far out in the open, cannot move, cannot answer back, but he wants to change the trajectory here. A nade to come out as well, but now with Max hovering around, the question is, are you actually going to still commit to this?
Yeah, it's going to be tough for Joji. He's also getting an ambush by the rest of Team Max. That hovercraft crash was a perfect call coming from GX in order to still hang on this very fine line. But Team Max, they're looking to capitalize. They draw in the distance. They can send in those grenades, but the amount of time being bought right there allows a few members to be resetted. Not unfortunate for Coca-Cola, who will bow out. And here comes you pushing forward. And he's going to steal that hovercraft away instead. And just like that, he should have actually went for the exchange because his teammate is left stranded. And just like that, the rest of the members of Team Max kind of got clipped at the same time while they secured themselves 8 hefty points in the fight.
What the heck? We saw a moment of GTA aggression and chaos. Max, they were approaching that fight at such a crucial time. That window of opportunity was just perfect. Right as the members of GX had been clipped down to a very, very low situation, when the other members of the team that was against them were just barely able to even go for that reset. From NX was barely able to reset, excuse me. So for them to be able to go in and just clean up house, picking up every single kill was phenomenal. But NX, honestly, surprisingly enough, being able to get hovercraft, stealing it away, leaving his teammate and making a beeline out of there was the wise move.
Yeah, it was a little bit costly on that notion though. I mean, it's definitely worth a shot. While GX walks away with only 1 point in that sort of skirmish. And right now, the biggest benefactor, as we expected to be the rest of Burmese goals, that have been able to book themselves that bunker by the corner of shooting range. While the rest of the teams fight over on the hilltops, it's going to be TTQ trying to prove a point. Last game, not really walking away with much. Now needing to find a little bit more rhythm to now go up against the rest of SG. SG now overtakes TTQ with that 1 added point. So right at this moment, Goa matching a knock. Nang Exosauri fallen through, and he's in between those members swarming over on the corners. TTQ not fully committing just yet, so perhaps there is time to be bought for Ransu to go in for a save. Fern also giving a little bit more of that cover, so this is definitely a decent hold for the rest of Asia, but Fern is now moving across. Thomas got to lend some firepower right now, or else some of these members will be crushed. Now, this is definitely a tough one. TTQ plotting an attack, dropping those big nades as it falls really closely onto Nang, looking for the second drop once again. Nexus Vanguard left with one early on, played by the edge of Severity, and will be taken out. Another disappointing run for Nexus Vanguards.
Weren't able to hold on a bit more. Thought that hovercraft was the ticket for him to prolong his stay into the game. Not quite. This is a very, very annoying circle to navigate, with many, many teams choosing to come in from the southern side, which means that it's even harder for them to find space over to wherever onto the area where he decided to run off to. Now, for the rest of the teams here, for me personally, NB has a great hold. Northern side of the shooting range, 2 on the top side of terrain, and 1 all the way back, and 1, which is XY, inside of a compound. They have a lot of variety when it comes to hold, when it comes to area as well. So if say the circle shifts away, they have they have a plan B. If say the circle decides to go a bit more centralized, they also have a plan for that as well. This is one of the most interesting, 2 steps ahead, 3 steps ahead plan I've seen so far in this tournament, and I am really curious to see how this folds out for them.
Yeah, Team Max, we've seen them really thrive back then playing around this shooting range at the very same time. That now that has been preoccupied with Burmese goals taking over control. They are definitely looking to fight for that spot. Now, they're not exactly in the best possible location because over onto the high ground, they will be receiving substantial damage. At least it does not take out you just yet. Blanks did match that, find a knock upon the member of Rangers. So that definitely is a little bit of a predicament, especially that one member of KHI is left with only himself to really fend off. And speaking of which, that will be the end for Blanks. No more big clutch factors to be brought to the table with so many still on board. The going gets even rougher right now. Master Smile joins into the party inside of the shooting range, and that is going to be a very easy catch coming in from Yahiko, as that was a desperate attempt moving in from the member of SG. So now only left with 12. The rest of 2-1-4 Akira is going to be barging right through, and it seemed like they will kind of just miss the mark over onto the side of YG because they're more interested in taking deeper terrains that gives them even more cover.
A lot of the times, these dips have been so detrimental for many of these teams. It's been providing a lot of value for teams that are throwing, dropping in throwables toward them. So, some caution is definitely needed if they try to play inside of these craters. Now, surprising enough for Yangon Galacticos, I did note on how their rotation was a little bit more late, especially toward hospital, toward Gatka area. But for now, they've somehow managed to say, okay, it's a late rotation into that first circle, but through the circles of 3 all the way to 4, 5, let's kick it up a notch. Let's be a little bit more fast into getting to the mid-side area. They've been able to do so quite safely. They've gotten elimination out of it as well. But for the most part, they weren't able to get into the shooting range itself. And even then, the angle they have in terms of cover, barely there. There's a lot of pressure coming in from Team Max. Granted that they have a bit more of a high terrain to play with. On top of that, better trajectory in terms of being able to find that off angles as well. They don't have a lot of space to work with as well, but for the time being, the smokes will conceal them.
Yeah, it's kind of rough playing around this angle. As much as it's a direct center, this barely leaves enough room for the rest of Yangon Galacticos to play as offensively as they want. As you can already mention, how many different angles they really have to cover. Every time they try to even look around, they're getting shot even inside the smoke. So that is going to be a tough ordeal. While Yatka kind of find a little bit more reprieve for the rest of Yangon Galacticos because he managed to knock one member out of Max to kind of suppress the fire onto the rest of Yangon Galacticos. So that will buy them a little bit more space as well as time. But how much smokes do they really have to really burn off? Because there's going to be more teams moving to the direction while Yahiko takes on to DJ now going for the swing. DJ looking good as he will have a member to be set right in for the crash. Here comes XZ as well as he is going to quickly go in for the tap. And RNG annihilated on that ambush.
No way that happened. That is incredible looking at that fight. From downtown as well. And NB, you thought that they're going to have the last laugh? No, it's going to be Sin rushing up toward them. Perhaps their presence had been, showing their hand a bit too early, had just given them away. XZSY is just suffering right now in the smokes, trying his best to stay away from the splash damage as XZ11 tries to get a little bit more close to provide a bit of support for his teammate. In this situation, when you are on the back foot, when the blue zone is coming through here, XZXY is doing phenomenal at keeping away the members of Sin close to the blue zone, buying enough time for his teammates to rotate over. He's cooking again another nade. WXKX could feel the full force of that nade in his face if he's unlucky, and they do. It's enough to really clip them, bring them low enough, but not enough to knock them down, and the rest of Sin forced back to give away that space. They don't really want to challenge where they cannot have a right trajectory to play off each other.
Yeah, and the pressure is also coming in from the rest of Team Max because right now they have to crash right into the gates of shooting range, and it's not going to be easy. They do go in for the exchange. Rankit finally dropping that prime nade in order to secure the demise of NB, but that wasn't our effort. What we saw coming out of those members of NB to try to retaliate kind of suppressed the rest of Sin Esports, so the coast is not clear yet for the side of Sin Esports, but at least there's a little bit more of a reprieve, finding a little bit more cover coming from the terrains. Yangon Galacticos, surprisingly, they've got so much more smokes to really cook up, and they are taking even more space, slowly closing it up against the rest of Team Max as the exchange goes through. Michi finds one over on the outskirts, and it is the rest of GOA on top of the hill, putting pressure onto Romeo.
This is a hard angle to work with. There's barely any space for Romeo to move around to get that res, and his teammates are in a very vulnerable position if they do decide to go toward him. The next form of action is for them to cut their losses, maybe cross over, bring that challenge toward Max, but I would say the lack of information on who exactly is inside of shooting range, those corners that have been unexplored, is just keeping all these teams into this into hesitation. Like, okay, how are we exactly going to be playing off this here? We are being pressured, we want to bring the fight to them, but we can't because we don't have the right angles. And throughout everything as well, while Yangon Galacticos is struggling, TTQ also makes their presence known here into the eastern side, which means that Yangon Galacticos could potentially not only be pressured, but also be knocked out super quick if they aren't being very careful.
Yeah, it is a very tough position for them to really play this one out. They just really have to take a turtle stance for now. As you can evidently see it, everyone's just pulling on their bellies, not even trying to take any form of peek because of the angles being set by Team Max from the get-go. And right now, 214 also joins in the mix as well. Only having Cram as well as Michi, as the nades are right now tossed right through. Landing very close to Cram, and it connects! Oh my word! And they were inside those smokes, and yet again, it's like all these nades have a homing missile attached to it. And speaking of which, Michi's now the only one left, and that pressure was just about as good enough to really deplete 214 only down to 2 men.
Can't do much. Not a lot of space as well. What are you gonna do here? They can be very quiet. Just try and buy time. Hopefully Sin, TTQ, or even BG get super busy. But that's not gonna happen. TTQ has full, I would say, control as well as information of the area as well. And on top of that, you have Sin crunching on the other end. It's just such an unlucky position to be in, excuse me, for 214. So they will effectively be eliminated here. They're not gonna get any points either. So this is mad unlucky. As for the rest of the team, stuck in a Mexican standoff because you want to try and rush into the circle that's hard shifted, right? But you have to fight your way into that area.
Speaking of fighting, the rest of GG stuck inside of the bunker, and it is not going to be an easy task for PBMS to send members in, as they will get funneled. So they are just hoping to share that space for now and deny an exit for the rest of GG. And this is still part of the zone. All these teams are really looking for a safe spot. Nowhere is fully safe. Fern trying to go in for a head dive right onto Team Max. No way, Jose, you're going to even get anywhere close to that. But it's going to be YG that capitalized. He will be able to at least do some damage, but Asha is also having a little bit more of a trade back up against those members of Team Max. Team Max now getting busy, even finding more of those members up against Sin Esports, and that allowed the room of TTQ just crawling like worms on the ground, and this could just be a man on a mission to take out the rest of YG.
Into the thick of it. I guess that's what they're seeing right now, as Yangon Galacticos is very, very busy. There's a lot of pressure coming into them. But I have to say, they're handling this pressure very, very well. Austria tried to rush toward them. And in that situation, for me personally, it felt like a play of desperation. What are you going to do here? You don't have a lot of space. You're being chased by Goa from the southern side. Your next point of action is to rush toward YG, hoping that you're able to overcome them. But YG, despite that pressure, despite the lack of space, despite the lack of teammates even, they're still able to hold their own. They're still able to bring the fire. So Austria was not able to hold on, and now another contender approaches. It's gonna be TTQ. as Bunny opens it up onto Master Smile. He's got knocked down, but he's not able to confirm the kill quite yet. And the rest of Young Galacticos, they're gonna rally, throw up those nades, throw out those smokes. They're gonna play a lot more closer compared to before, and they are going to bring the heat. Gus falls. Mernat Boy eats a lot of clip damage as well. There's a lot more in terms of layers coming in from TTQ. And my question is for Young Galacticos, what are you gonna do here? You're out here in the open. You don't have any smokes to hide you, but the nades coming from Mernat Boy, forget that. Let's just throw nades until someone gets clipped. Bunny's almost down and out. Gus as well. And one nade from Mernat Boy will just completely end TTQ. No time to quick for them. They're gonna get stopped here.
Man, they just turned from Worms to Bomberman. Every member of TTQ got clipped just like that. As much as we said YG had to play on the full defense, but the moment that they saw a threat, they waste no time, throwing every utility on the block and now focus on that commitment up against the rest of Team Max that's been a thorn in the flesh for such a long time. Finally getting the pin down over on the Arthur X, and that nade was perfect. They suppressed the bush, and now Team Max gets to reset, and with the detonation of the vehicle, Arthur X immediately denies any form of rescue for St. Cloud. A tough run-in for YG, as right at this moment, they're just by the edge of the zone. They gotta find an alternative, and the only way is to fight.
Lobs at nade. Bit too wide. He's gonna try part 2. Lobs it. Nothing. Okay, St. Cloud, right now, it feels desperate. What are you gonna do here? Well, his answer just lob another nade, I guess. He's gonna throw it one more time onto you. This time, it does bop on top of them, and the rest of Max is pushed a little bit more back. And this is good for Young Galacticos because it gives him a little bit more space to slowly make his way into that circle. Because right now, he's running out of time. But if anything, he's just praying for the members of BG to get a little bit more active against Max, and that's exactly what's happened. You and Kronai gets one pick off each into BG, which means that Young Galacticos, this is your moment to shine. You can get a bit more active, you can try steal away kills, and most importantly, you have that space to set yourself up for success. Cut off the field of vision with those smokes, move around the area, play a game of smokes and mirrors.
That's what he is absolutely cutting out for, especially with YG buying more of those time. They can definitely secure themselves into the top 5 if they just allow the rest of the teams to fight, and by doing so, YG can just consistently gain those placement points as much as BG is still on the block. Now Pekel, now seeked out by Godspeed. BG starts to activate as they will try to take on 2 teams at once. Spots out the member of Team Max running out of the open, and it's going to be a tough ordeal for Yakka to deal with a 2-prong attack. And here comes the exchange. Unknown falters, and now BG outlasting only this little health, and it's going to be YG that has the last laugh right now, because right now they hang on as they go closer to the top 5.
Interesting enough, somehow Young Galacticos has still managed to survive everything. Max is ticking and doing the most. Taking out BG, being able to not only have a nice crossfire as they go in for that execute, but also be able to move together as a unit. However, for Young Galacticos, they're gonna end at a 6. But they still managed to bring in those points to be able to remain consistently at the top there. 5 in the bag. But the rest of Goa, they still have their work cut out for them, but it's still very much in the zone. So at the very least, they have a package, they have a vehicle, they can take their time, but GG now, they're completely corralled into that bunker.
It's a tough position to be playing in, and the rest of GG is just biding time, and even if they want to exit, this giant hovercraft kind of got them stuck right in. There's no way that they can actually get out, so they will eventually slowly bleed out to the blue zone. But Team Max, look at them to go. 21 eliminations already, as I've told everyone, so they have been the masters of shooting range from the past couple matches that they played out in this area, and they continuously thrive. If they shut the rest of the field down, it's going to be more than half the lobby. Arthur X at it again!
Looking great right now for Max. They were so good at being able to maintain their position. Most importantly, keep the rest at bay here. A lot of pressure coming in from them, resisting the onslaught coming in from so many different teams trying to move into their area of play. And now they are the team with the most advantage. PBMS as well, you could argue with that as well. But for them, they are right smack dab in the middle of the circle. They have a terrain to work with. GG stuck inside of the bunker, nowhere to go. And they're just gonna die to that play zone. And PBMS, they're gonna try and challenge, but it's not gonna be the easiest of feats. They have vehicles, but if anything, popping on top of that train will be the biggest problem they're gonna be having.
Yeah, PBMS absolutely evil on what they did to those members of GG. And of course, those are just things that you really have to do to make it into the top 4 cut. And right now, PBMS, they do have the full squad strength to really take on Team Max. And for Team Max, they have had massive restocks from all these players that they've taken out. And they definitely have a certain notion on to where exactly PBMS is currently at. But the problem is that they're playing from that low ground. They don't really have enough of that spacing to really push up ahead. Geo8, they've been passive over the hillside, which I was thinking they could have actually been a lot more active. If they did, YG would have been a goner so much sooner than the rest of the pack. Well, it's only down to S for Who. And he's hoping that the rest of Max as well as PBMS will fight each other, but instead the nade! Oh, draw is in so closely. Thankfully, he's on the right cover, and the Molotov comes right through. Both PBMS and Max tag teaming onto that straggling unit, and I think Pretzel is just buying a little bit more of a time and eventually baiting him out of that position.
A lot of to work with her now. ITRX has level 3 in terms of shields as well as helmet. So he's going to be able to prolong his survivability. Meanwhile, as for Who, barely with anything to work with, is just going to get shredded to smithereens here. Goa out, and now we're going to be seeing a 2v3. Unless Max is able to bring his teammate back into the game. You moving to the side, trying to be able to get a bit more closer. PBMS is looking to deny, but the spray's coming in for the members of Max. It's just too much to deal with. They're playing as a 2 here, and isolated the fights one by one. It's a double swing from both ends here. Raimon, he's stuck all alone. The pre-fires are good, and suddenly every single advantage that PBMS had is completely gone. Raimon, every time he peeks, he gets pre-fired, pre-aimed, and the dominance from Max just continues. This team is looking hot today. This team is looking aggressive, and this team is looking to come for that top spot.
Exactly so, Taj. Unbelievable! They secured more than 30 points in this matchup with 25 overall eliminations, and I may have even lost count as they've been able to triumph. And you know what? The Cambodian casters were absolutely right on their call, as this team is now the biggest contender amongst the many for that top spot against YG.
Perhaps a longer league suits them better because we didn't really see them activate up until this grand finals moment. But does it really matter though? The league stage, you managed to qualify. The grand finals, you're here and you are up here showing your fangs and showing what you have to offer in terms of aggression and style of play. Max is looking so good right now. It's honestly disgusting to see how much control they have of shooting range and how they were able to keep at least 4 teams at bay, stuck in a tiny little corner, unable to move. In this situation, ITRX was the biggest hitter here in this particular game with 9 knockdowns, which means that a lot of the time that he's able to move around and get these knockdowns and eliminations were all independently away from his team.
Yeah, and I love how they navigate around that area of shooting range, right? They were tucked in that tight corner, and they dispersed onto a 2-2 formation where they were having those 2 members to solely deal with the rest of YG. And whatever pressure coming in from the top of the field, they've been able to manage so well. Let's take a look at it again, because this is the biggest chicken dinner by far in the finals.
28 eliminations is honestly diabolical. That shows how much control they had of that entirety of shooting range. And most importantly, this is the highest amount of eliminations, yeah, not points, that we've seen so far in this tournament. And, you know, surprisingly enough, they were able to overcome so many of the bigger teams here, like Yango Galacticos, TTQ, NX, even 2-on-4 that were trying to really come at them as well. They have placed themselves away, the northern side of shooting range, away from the majority of where the onslaught is happening to the middle side. And because of that space they had, they were able to just pick away kills and most importantly pressure teams that were in front of them. That blue zone definitely was on their side as well. It's looking great for this team.
Yeah, and on top of really putting those pressure amongst those many teams that were moving into shooting range, they also get a good lookout point over on the far south as well as the north by placing themselves into that position. And just like that 30 over pointer round for them have been able to secure themselves the top 3 spot, and who knows if they could be able to secure another big one in the Miramar to challenge YG as well as BG for it, as the battle is looking super tight for the finish line. We're also looking at so many other teams already reaching the triple-digit mark, so it is going to be firm overtakes looking into the top 5 into the top 8, while we see significant improvements coming from the side of PBMS, also causing a little bit of stir up against those members of GG stuck inside of that bunker. So, look at today, definitely a huge run coming from the Cambodian side of Team Max, and also not forgetting the Filipinos that has been super hard at work.
Interestingly enough, Team Max started off the day with 91 points only. And now look how far away they've come. It's a big leap, yeah? From 91 points all the way to 135. That means in just a few matches, you go nuclear, you push yourselves all the way up to 3rd place. And on top of that as well, you have overcome the likes of NX and TTQ as well. Now, in this situation, Yango Galacticos is the only team that I think consistently has managed to stay in that top 4 in terms of eliminations as well. I think we spoke a lot about how many points they can bring into a game, into the next map as well, in terms of placements, in terms of eliminations, and that's why they're consistently at the top, and that's why it's so hard for BG to be able to overcome them, because in moments where they're not able to play their game, get a bit more aggressive, take that space, they're not going to be able to score big. But speaking of scoring big, is X with that score. We talked a bit about what he does for his team, about how his impact is toward his team as well, and it shows definitely there in the stats. But head to head here between Yango Galacticos and BG. Contra, do you want to break it down for us?
Well, looking at the overalls, I think we talked a lot about how YG has been able to tactically prioritize positioning, and they so far have been able to, once again, ring true to that statement, where we're looking at a little bit more of that aggressive side of BG, but today, on the very final day of action, it felt like they were kind of holding back because they tried to play like YG at the same time, and that chance to convert a chicken dinner back in Sanhok was denied, so that was relatively costly on those points. So we'll have to see. Final 2 maps remaining. We'll take a short break. When we come back, it's the penultimate round here in the PMCL Grand Finals. And here we go into the final 2 rounds. The penultimate matchup starts here in the map of Miramar, and only one will get their golden ticket to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. And looking at the huge performance out of Team Max, are they going to be able to topple the reigns of the Myanmar teams that's been above them for a long while? Burby's Goals as well as Yangon Galacticos has to step out in this final 2 matches.
It's not gonna be easy. Gonna be one of the hardest games of their lives, honestly, if you think about it. That top 3 spot barely in their grasp, but Max has made the unthinkable happen here. Brick by brick, track by track, call it whatever you want, I guess. But for BG, maybe the curse of the chicken dinner might be ending here in Miramar.
That's right, and here we go into Miramar. Kicking things off, it's going to be starting off from the far eastern corner of the map as we begin our run from Impala, moving into areas like Monte Nivo and La Riela. So plenty of opportunities out here, as there's definitely more landfill for them to secure themselves a decent ground to kickstart their run. And last we saw in South Sanok, there were hot drops in South Wrangell, not too much. I think that if there's going to be anything at all, there's definitely going to be scramble for certain vehicles out there on the field. So perhaps those kind of pick-off instances could be costly for some of those who are running for the title. And even from the mid-pack, we've seen so much of all these teams battling to improve their position, and this is going to be the last 2 chances for each and every one of them to make their mark in the history books of PMCL.
Looking to see whether or not we're going to be having those early hot drops, early fights as well, just to really, just stop the aggression, or rather the advancement. That will be the right word. Oh my god, to be able to stop the advancement of many of these teams, especially the teams on top here. BG, Yangon Galacticos, their fates are definitely on the line here to see whoever will be at the very top, tippy tops of those charts. Regardless of from that, right now the circle coming in pretty much in a centralized area, with many of the teams rotating in from southward. So a lot of these benefits will be coming for teams that were a little bit more proactive in picking where and how they want to be playing the field. Okay, I'm getting my wish over here between GG and Goa, and at this point, I'm not surprised. These two have been hot. They are very aggressive, and they love these early fights. But GX got pick off first, beating this current fight right now.
Yeah, and we're already looking at them drawing it to close up against the rest of Asia Esports. They are fighting it from the low ground. One pump, it is all it takes coming from Fern X, as he has been pretty much getting into everyone's hitboxes every single time. He's looking to really find the angles, as he is looking for that close proximity fight, waiting for his chances here up against near Kin, or should I say Sin, as he just walks right into a trap. So good start coming in for the side of Asia Esports to be able to back 3 points in this very one-sided affair. And over onto Chumasera, right? Like yesterday, we've seen GG face up against NB. They managed to win. This time with GO8 involved, I wonder what exactly is going to be the outcome, since there's a potential for NB to also move back to that territory. I saw that NB decided to float further into Valdemar. So like right now, at the very least, it's just going to be between these two squads.
Quite surprised that this fight is just so prolonged. It almost feels like they were very toe-to-toe in that fight just now, hoping to see one team just completely collapse onto the other. But I guess because it's so early, there is that question mark moment, you know, the lack of utilities, the lack of weapons as well, that won't be allowing them to keep going into that fight. Spoke too soon. Davan getting one pick off already onto Goa. But for GX this time around, Coca-Cola, you know how aggressive he can be. He nearly clips one member there of PBMS. But PBMS this time a little bit more on the active, getting that vehicle early, running Coca-Cola over so that he's not able to rally. So he falls this time around, and his teammates are just nowhere to be found.
Yeah, and the rest of them have been picked off by Ostia, which left him pretty much scrambling. So GX did not really get to play in this Miramar match. So the next round is going to be the last stand, and mathematically, well, it's impossible to reach the top 1, but top 10, kind of feasible if you ask me, depending on the performance of the rest of the field in this matchup alone. Now that GX does not really get to gain even more points moving forward, YG off to a decent start as they will be kicking things off inside of their usual spot of El Pozo. Now, the thing about this is that when you take a look into the zone itself, it may not be the most kind of clear-cut answer for them to really swerve back into the far east, so it will be a really, really long rotation for the rest of YG. So we focus back into this fight. GOA now having Clay moving up the hillside, so that kind of locks the rest of GG to be sitting right inside of those warehouses until they've really settled the score. So nobody really gets to move. It's just going to be a little bit of time freeze for the moment while this phase 1 of the zone will not cover these grounds, so they kind of got to settle the scores quick. And Clay Jr., wow, on the iron side, he connects the shots. Absolutely impeccable, with Yapikel also suppressing them with the M249. Man, these guys absolutely got the right gears to take them on.
This is good. They're very proactive in being able to take up space on a different angle and trajectory. Now that Sean's been knocked down, Boy Sean's going to try to quickly get that res. And I think that the other two members of Goa knows this. So they're going to clear out the corners, make sure they're able to find them in the end here. Time is possibly, on their side. They managed to get Shroud back online as well, as Davan will poke out his head, put in a bit of pressure to distract, and it allows that window of opportunity for Shroud to heal. Oh my god, how are you still alive, Shroud?
He just healed in the nick of time, perhaps, and that grenade connecting just right after the heal allows him to still keep himself afloat for the meantime. But Boyshan looking to reaggress. Clay Jr.'s position has been pretty insane, if you ask me. Now he comes down from the high ground terrains, but Davan is also looking to pick him up from that alternate angle as well. So GG, they definitely want to go in for retreating into the lower side of Chumacera. This has been one of the toughest cities for you to really commit to the battle, because there's just so many different terrains to really work with on top of all these compounds. So it definitely makes the work cut out for the rest of GG to try to survive a great tangle coming out of Boyshan to keep himself afloat.
Very long, prolonged fight here. Both these teams are going to run out of space very soon. NB is crossing by them as well. Curious to see whether or not they decided to join in on this fight for a 3-way steal away kills. Just, put a bit of heartbreak into that mix. As the rest of the other parts of this map, a lot of teams already hunkered themselves all the way middle side here. PBMS and Austria over to Al Azhar. Max RNG, Sin 214, BG straight up middle side of the map here, which is honestly to me going to be very fun. It's a lot of terrains to work with, a lot of compounds as well. So there's going to be giving a lot of different layers on how exactly these teams will be approaching these fights, whether it's going to be a 3-way, a 4-way, or even a 1-on-1. But in this situation, for this particular fight over at Chumacera, at one point, both of them are going to have to scramble here, because at one point, you're going to have to relent as Davan pokes himself out, gets a nice bit of damage onto Rex, which means that the rest of Goa, forced on the back foot, has to take their time to go for that reset.
Yeah, and Davan received the full intel on their position as well. He saw them running into those kind of warehouses and Right at this moment, Asia once again going on the aggression up against the rest of PBMS. Over on the heel side, they're within the zone, which is why they're battling for that position right across Al Azahar. Come on, boy. Waiting for a little bit more of a backing as the rest of the members of PBMS is on the low ground instead. GOA has managed to retreat all the way into the far end of Jumasera, so they are just looking for a certain vehicle for them to rotate. And without vehicles, it's a death sentence here inside Miramar. And looking at the rest of PBMS, they send in the cavalry with a hovercraft. Where do you even find a hovercraft inside of the Desert Dune? I have no clue whatsoever, but it has worked out. They go in crashing, but it does not really suppress the rest of Asia Esports. They could just go in for a certain pickup and bail out that member of PBMS. So now, well on their journey, they will not further subscribe to whatever shenanigans Asia Esports putting them under.
Yeah, Galacticos. This sort of late rotation, I think mid-round rotation looks good for them. Honestly, I feel because they really take their time, just wait for that blue zone to rush to come through, and then finally rush into the circle. And with this circle shift toward Cruz de Val, they have a nice, I would say, mid-side compound to hold in as well. But BG is coming in from the south side here. I'm wondering if Young Galacticos would rally back to protect that compound or area.
Yeah, that's definitely a big question right there, because both BG as well as YG neck and neck right now, passing over onto St. Cloud, and if they get caught, they will fight tooth and nail to dictate who exactly will be the kingmakers of the tournament right now. BG in a position to also flush out those teams coming from the south side, so we'll have to see how much pressure can they soak and withstand. There's about, like, what, 7 teams currently swarming over onto the south side, so that's definitely plenty of work for the rest of BG. Well, Sin managing to cut across, following closely is the rest of the Rangers. Well, it is going to be a goose chase, and oh! Unknown gets dropped. They do retaliate. Master Ichi giving them just about enough cover. Now is the battle between Master Ichi as well as WXKX. And here comes the arrival of 214 Akira. Everybody wants a piece of the zone.
The nades are hitting very well. Dale eats a chunk of damage, but he is going to be knocked down here. Master Ichi is super aggressive, and he's taking up so much space, playing with the terrains, playing with the windows, playing with any form of opening. He takes advantage of that. He's still not resetted quite yet. He's gone prone, allowing for Godspeed to take in a lot of the attention. Moves back as well. I don't think that the nade actually clipped onto him as Master Ichi. The pre-fires are looking so good right now. Lil Yatka from somewhere on the outside managed to get knocks. These layers upon layers of aggression and hold is looking so good for BG, with Godspeed having enough time to even go in for a tiny heal and even go for a top up. The rest of Sin forced on the back foot. The same could be said about 214. In this situation, BG was the team that was on the back foot. This was not BG's fight to win.
Yeah, and Master Ichi absolutely clutched that moment, right? He managed to get that knock and then buy a little bit more time, and once more winning another 1v1 duel that created this opportunity. And take a look at that. YG have seen the names appearing out of Burby's goals, and they say, you know what, let's settle the fight right here, right now. They're going to be the vultures on the outskirts, trying to negate any form of movers coming into this field. Sydney Esports now pit up against the back of the wall, could not even afford to move into those compounds. This is going to be a tough call. BG right now securing 2. Yatka being knocked out, though, so they will be definitely looking for a revive. The rest of Yangon Galacticos, they journey forward. Master Smile joining in for the back. Remember back in the days when Master Ichi and Smile was playing together? This time, they're making themselves as nemesis upon each other. And that nade looking pretty good, but it lobs inwards instead of the back of the field. So that's good notion on the rest of Sin Esports not to really move into the intersection, or should I say, the house itself. So looking at the rest of the field, it is now a little bit of bumpy ride for both YG as they cross path, but it doesn't seem like a full committal. The rest of YG, they just want to take the best position in the location.
Really taking it easy here. I think this is one of the chillest rounds that YG has had so far. Just being able to cruise around, barely even contending with other teams in terms of positioning at all. But BG are not stopping the aggression toward a Sin. Rank Kid is up. I don't think that there's going to be enough time for a WXKX to be picked up, so he's going to try to prolong that with some smokes. BG decides that they want to move a little bit on the outer side, keeping a close eye onto Lion as well, but they do manage to bring Rank Kid back into the game. But both players are very low, and with just one nade from Master Ichi, he's just gonna immediately right the graves for those two members of Sin, and they are gonna be eliminated for BG this time around. I'm not too sure if they are aware there's still one more member of 2-1-4 around, but they are still gonna keep a close eye out.
Yeah, they absolutely should. I mean, the last time they actually fought 2-1-4, they managed to take 2. So I think that Master Ichi is definitely keeping count that the other members should not be too far off. While we're actually having a three-way battle, PBMS stuck in between both RNG as well as another squad right underneath them. So they gotta at least take the priority right now. And Ryman, he wasn't checking. He was looking on the other side. And that was just an easy picking for range. And just like that, RNG, they got themselves the upper hand up against the other two teams. Well, Nexus Vanguard's looking for a firm maneuver to push. They're just waiting for them to settle the scores as they're hearing all this eruption over on the top side of the hill. It will definitely take them some time before they butt right through. So Rangers, they can definitely close in up against Scotty.
Don't count him out quite yet. Seen some moments of brilliance. This guy is able to successfully isolate fights. He had a moment where he's able to land 2 kills just by landing those perfect sprays. But RNG wants to deny that from happening here. Scuddy has to play this game right. He hasn't really been able to spot out those pixels out of place. So he crosses, goes through a window. But unfortunately for him, his jump that just missed that window will be his downfall. And PBE will go down with only 4 eliminations.
Yeah, very unfortunate turn of events, and I think in the scramble like that, sometimes you just go into the panic mode where you kind of miss that timer to actually vault over onto that window, and just like that, it was relatively costly, or else maybe there was a chance for Scotty to still trade back, but of course we continue on with the fight in this penultimate round so far. Plenty of teams so far really showing a lot of fangs out here in the fields. Out of all the names out there, is only Team Max that has been passive. Everyone's kind of involved in a scuffle or two at the very least. Lion's position have been compromised, I do believe, as those names are being primed towards that compound. So, down to this final run over onto this course for that member of 2-1-4. Long out Pekel tries to make an entry. It's going to be you that will stop him on his tracks. Rex tries to barge right through. Could not hit the mark to run him over. After X, this was the man that was the MVP of the last round. You don't want to mess with him at all. And finally, Team Max, I was saying that they get nothing this time. Straight up, 3 points added to the tally. And TTQ also looking for a challenge. Is there going to be any of a grand reset? Yes, it will be. And instead, Top has secured it before they can actually lift him up from the ground. So it is going to be a 3 versus 4, I do believe. 3 versus 3 up against the rest of TTQ. Make it 2. And just like that, that swing from Maybe. Impeccable as he worked in tandem with Bunny. Now looking for you.
One more person to worry about here. He's been playing that corners to perfection as well. You have Zuki coming in from the back lines just to really choke out the final member, disallow themselves to be in these isolated 1v1s. But you, reading this, knowing that he's not going to have a chance against the entirety of the members of TTQ, decides to leave. And in that situation with Austria being around as well, it buys him the perfect window of opportunity to get away.
Yeah, he really had to survive to bring more points back to the table for Team Max. They are currently in a top 3 position. Nexus Vanguards, as much as they can try, they won't be overtaken, so Team Max definitely want to really add all those points to be able to challenge Burmese goals overall. TQ continues on the battle with the presence of Asia Esports. Ranzer now being tagged, and it's just like that. Maybe also getting caught out by Top. Top's position has been sublime over onto the very far end of the spine of the hill. And Mizuki now looking to wrap the other way around. He's going to be the final member remaining, as he's going to be just looking for an alternate escape. While doing so, the rest of Asia tries to track him overall, and just like that, Asia considerably have won the fight. I mean, they've got those pickoffs up against Team Max and the rest of TTQ at the very same time.
There are so many teams just hanging around that southern side. That particular terrain, particularly, has been so I would say annoying for many teams to deal with. But TTQ somehow still survive with only 2 despite everything. Taking out a majority of the members of Max means that their run right now to get into that top 2 spot will be halted, at least slowed down for the time being. Now, the most important part for me right now for this particular map is that northern side. Given that NB is all the way northern side, Yago Galacticos has a terrain as well as a compound they're holding on to toward Cruz del Val. My question is whether or not Yago Galacticos could actually make this circle work in their favor. The last time we saw Yago Galacticos hold a 2-2 formation on this map, it didn't work out in their favor because they were separated, isolated, and weren't able to give each other that support. And now as the circle shifts to the right side, Yago Galacticos, I think they played it very well. Stationing Master Smile and Murnat Boy over toward the middle side means that they can safely leave that compound and get into that circle.
Yeah, this is an absolute stronghold from that position that they're holding right across. So it is definitely going to make things a lot more difficult for the teams who are currently on the outskirts. And that is one out of the space that actually is going to give them a little bit more of the defensive cover other than just relying on terrains. YG still having Murnat Boy to be taking the hillside so they can actually negate any form of entry coming in from the south. So good notion out of the members of YG. To answer your question, I think they're really going to be able to hold out firmly without too much of a contest from that angle in that sense. So RNG this time, not making too much of a move. They are inside the zone. Not so much for you, who's the only member left for the side of Team Max. So there is a care package delivered very closely that he can actually go in for a restock to kind of hold on for a little longer. And we're looking at a few teams right now with those solo members. 2-1 Kira, GG at the very same time. Lion so far hasn't been pushed by BG because they don't want to make any form of mishaps. And any mistakes from Kira for BG can be very, very costly. Claire now being cleared out. It is top so far. Really hitting a lot of all these numbers out there, and Fern tries to rush up. It's going to be Mix that will be holding him down. Blanks now looking for a little bit of cover as Top cooks up the grenade, going for the exchange up against Blank, and it is looking rather perfect. Just that it slides further downwards. So KHI still living, still breathing. Another one comes in, not quite hitting the mark once again. 4 members of Aja slowly closing it up, and now here comes Master Ichi 1v1.
Godspeed's on the outer end here. Gonna try and wait to play together, do not allow him these isolated fights. Don't give him a fair level playing ground as Master Ichi goes to reposition. Instead, I think there is the sound of the vehicle coming in from TTQ that leaves him questioning whether or not he wants to go a bit more aggressive. And now as the blue zone chunks as well, I think the best idea after hearing the shotgun is to just not take this fight. Just cut your losses, let him be, and focus more on the position inside of the circle itself. They are gonna try and contend with TTQ for that terrain here, and BG, you know how they are. You see something moving, especially a team, you are going to try and challenge. They've already spotted out 1 member of TTQ, but in that process, Lil Yat Ka did get knocked down. Master Ichi tries to put a bit more pressure to the members of TTQ to disallow them to come in and collapse.
Yeah, Bunny's position is sublime. Now they have been able to really spot out the rest of Bunny's goals. The moment that they move over onto the open fields, they kind of put themselves into a predicament. Master Ichi finding a little bit of that space, but they are further suppressing Bunny. So great tag team actually coming from Godspeed as well as Liliaka, having that firepower, but the nades falling very closely to Master Ichi. Zuki trading so well. And now answering it back, Brimley's goals. They cannot afford to lose this one out, or else the rest of Yangon Galacticos will safely traverse their way into the throne. And now the onus is on them. They have to find a different approach. They cannot further commit to this fight up against TTQ. Even if they want to, they need to find different angles because this is not going to be giving them all too much leverage on their current hold.
I mean, they have a lot more advantage. They can just kind of force a fight toward Bunny and just completely disregard Zuki. At the same time, isolating these fights could give them a lot of value, especially since Bunny is the one that's inside of that zone. Meanwhile, over on the northern side here, NB was, I think, pretty good when it comes to the hold. They had a nice terrain, they have a nice compound, but eventually it will pull away from them. And Yago Galacticos is hotly contesting them from this spot. Yahiko with only half his HP left, forced on the back foot to give away that space for the time being here. And at the same time, for Say Cloud, he's already set his sights onto another member of 214. It's Lion, the last man standing, which is going to be eliminated with only 1 point to their name. 214, they're halted for the time being. One more round later, fine, forget about it, because for the rest of the team here, for TTQ, despite only having 2, they have been giving BG, this is a BG, the team with one of the highest firepowers we've seen in this tournament, to question themselves on how exactly they're going to break into the circle.
Yeah, there's just not much of all these reprieve, especially now. Asha actually finds those angles. That is going to open up a little bit more that spacing, and now here comes the ambush coming from Shout as well. Master Ichi cooking up that grenade. There's only one member to actually deal with this situation, while YG looks from above, from so far away, almost tagging onto these members of BG as well. Master Ichi's vehicle is already burning up, so they gotta be absolutely careful whenever they traverse around the fields. That's gonna be a sticky grenade being tossed out, and I don't think that's just about enough pressure coming from the rest of NB. So now the attention of YG is being drawn towards the north instead of the south, as they are trying to at least put themselves into a better defensive cover, while Burnett Boy holds down the rest of Burmese goals. Now we're into the top 8. KHI has been eliminated.
Interesting enough, that participation by Yango Galacticos to take out 214 gave them so much space. By them, I mean BG, so much space to be able to not really hesitate when it comes to these fights and fully pull their attention to moving away from TTQ. It disperses the rest of TTQ from their big hold, which means that BG had some time to break into that circle. Now, BG, they're sandwiched between 2 different teams, Yango Galacticos and X as well. TTQ potentially on the lower side, and Yango Galacticos, especially Monarch Boy, is putting in so much pressure to this team. At the same time, the other 2 members of Yango Galacticos putting a lot of their efforts into the northern side toward NB. But because the northern side here is full of terrain, they have an idea where NB is, but we're not able to really open up fire because of the angles. They don't have that at all. So NB could potentially try to, I would say, take advantage of the situation.
That's right. They're not really revealing too much of their cards just yet. They can't afford to actually prioritize the zone, because right now NB is just by the edge of it. So, and once they actually found themselves into a better location, then that's where they will take on the fight against YG, and already trying to at least cause a little bit more of that pressure up against the members of YG. It is a tough ordeal when you are being put into such a direction. BG also not really in the prime location. They have to move deeper into the field, and this is just going to be an all-out affair on those exchanges for them to pave a path. And BG, they want to kind of full send it. There is that compound being shared by some of the members of NX right smack dab in the middle. RNG on the high ground, so it's not going to be an easy task to breach. So they will try to go for that white wrap. If they would be able to go directly into the middle, I believe members of Yangon Galacticos is ready to just pummel them down with a hail of bullets.
A lot of pressure coming in from NX as well as RNG here, so BG are taking things in their own hands. They're going to try and contest this compound held by NX. Jumping out means Liliat Ka will not be able to safely go, and Yango Galacticos as well steals away the point, and that is annoying. While everything is happening, we're also seeing action happening from TTQ, taking out BG and Yango Galacticos. This is the perfect opportunity for them to further their lead away from BG.
And right now, they could just confirm it if they were to be moving into the top 4. And if a chicken dinner lands in the hands of YG, this could be all over and done for, even if there is one final map to be played out. YG, right now, firm control of their location. They're happy about the high ground that they have, and now they can get to really launch an attack up against those pesky members of NB up above, since that Burmese goals have crashed out of this current round. Now piling on the pressure. They're just relying on smokes. NB defending their ground for the moment. While over onto the middle of the zone, it's been a gridlock between RNG as well as the members of NX. So right at this moment, NB members just crawling by the edges, somehow managing to stay afloat. Yahiko won't be safe after all. 3 members left. YG now spots out Foxy. He's barely got enough space to even make a run for it, and he will be able to just find a little bit more of that angle. And Murdoch Boy so far impeccable today. All the damage being done, and has been also secured by Master Smile altogether, as these tag team deal once again full sending it up against the rest of Asja.
10 eliminations for Asja. A different look for this team today as well. But Yango Galacticos, they brought a meat grinder, and B couldn't even shoot back in that situation. The nade comes up here. Barely just misses NunX there, but Yango Galacticos undeterred. They have a lot of control on the northern side. They can really set their sights over to the teams over on the opposite end of the map, as well on the southern side. Regardless, we're seeing NunX start to get a bit more active, moving around the map, trying to get information. His teammates, understanding that Murnat Boy is alone, decides to rally back, moving on together and crunching NunX away from his teammates. Nice spray to come through as the util comes out as well, which means that he knows the timing of that nade, and the rest of Yango Galacticos rushes up forward to try and traverse that high ground. And NunX, he thought he was safe, trying to get to the buggy. Nah, that's not gonna be happening here, because Yango Galacticos has full control of the high ground, makes it pain and death from above. NunX falls. The rest of Asja cannot hold on because they're just getting chunked from so many different angles.
Yeah, Yango Galacticos, they are just so smart on that maneuver right now, and it forces all these teams to corral into this tight spot. And once again, Master Smile from above, they're looking for the 10-pointer run and looking to close out for the chicken dinner as well. RMG, they're just turbling in. They cannot afford to fight back, and the rest of NX, they're kind of in the same predicament as well. Superboy on the outskirts, trying to find a way to push right through, and they kind of don't want to deal with YG at the very same time, lobbing a firm Molotov over onto the cross section, and range getting clipped only for a slight bit. Now the rest of RNG is bunched up. Yangon Galacticos has that firm chance to close this out. Take a look at the 50% of the map, all conquered by the Burbies team over and above.
And they don't have to do anything at all. They can force the other two teams to fight each other out, and as knocks happen, just steal it all away. These smokes are gonna keep Yango Galacticos away for the time being here, but Say Cloud is undeterred. He's showing his hand. He's so unabashed to do so. As the rest of Yango Galacticos take their time, they can go for a reset, they can go for a nice cross from each other as well, because the RNG and NX are just so preoccupied with one another here. The rest of NX try to keep the rest of Yango Galacticos at bay here. A lot of pressure onto Say Cloud. He finally gets a knockdown, and this could be the opening he so needs to keep his team up afloat. But Say Cloud is not giving the opportunity for him to pick even a single point away.
That's right, it is. He's been able to at least crawl his way over on the corner, but the blue zone is a little too rough for him to withstand the damage. A little bit of recovery onto Joji. Super Loki will be able to go in for the pickup. The only problem for YG right now is the position of NX members, where they could not really get any form of angles. Even if they try to throw in any Molotovs or grenades, it's just gonna slide right through. RNG just playing it perfectly defensive, and RNG so far have shown that they have definitely understood the assignment throughout it all. They've done it in the past, back in those runs inside of Miramar, and are looking to maybe turn the tides around, but the rest of YG not gonna wait any further as they push towards Yappy, getting that knock, and now the run right through, successful for Romeo, but he's losing so much health bars.
Wait, that's crazy. They just full send it forward, unabashed, not shy, no fear at all, and they are just pressing the front button as well. Joji already knocked down. Superboy tries to challenge back, but there's just too many members of Yango Galacticos to worry about, and he's already so very low. The blue zone does eventually take him away, and Jibna, what are you gonna do here with two members rushing at you? Yes, they're low. With the blue zone chunking out here, you pop your head out. There's gonna be 3 people staring right at you here. Jibna tries to go for a heal to prolong his life, gets one, makes it an even round to fight. But in the end of the day, there's always gonna be Murnat Boy as the final member to make sure that their team, Yango Galacticos, makes it till the end. A winner chicken dinner, hard fought by this team, prolongs and lengthens their lead compared to the rest.
This could be their golden ticket right here with a win in Miramar. Yango Galacticos, they have struggled in this map for the past couple of days, and this is how well they redefine it, and in the nick of time, this could secure it for Yangon Galacticos.
149 points was the match point, and they finally managed to seal it up. It took a different style of play, but they still managed to figure it out. So many pages of their playbook was flipped today, from aggressive style plays to slower pacing to wait and see to over aggression. This team can do it all, and they defend their titles as one of the best here. The winner chicken dinner team stats here coming up right at you here, with Smile leading the charge in terms of eliminations.
Wow, where do we even begin? We saw Murnat really pulling all the stops. He was in charge of really negating all the space from all these other teams. And, well, we just have to take a look, because YG, this is their defining moment. Another seat at the throne awaits them.
Here we go, match rankings. Look at this, 23 points, not the highest we've seen so far compared to what we saw from Max, but it is still enough to really push them forward. RNG and Austria, even NX weren't rallying, but it's really hard to go against a team that once they have the perfect positioning in terms of, in terms of hold and area, it's really hard to disperse them all. So for Yango Galacticos, positioning is key, and it holds true till today.
And their understanding of the terrain itself gave them that edge. Yangon Galacticos, they were one of the first movers over on North Point, and they were just holding by the edges, and they were just waiting for the right moment. By doing so, they kind of put themselves in the poised location where they're zoning off all these teams from the south side and slowly wither them down, and then they just rally on to really call for engagements after engagements, and that was absolutely successful. Big brain plays all around from Yangon Galacticos. Now, a significant gap between number 1 and number 2. This defining chicken dinner is what they require to hold firm, and all that YG requires is just maybe score 1 or 2 drop of points and call it a day to beat the defending champions, unless BG has a round that can even top the records of Team Max at number 3.
Honestly, at this point, even if Yango Galacticos, even if we went all full maps today, I don't think that Yango Galacticos would be, really far from that first place spot. They had set the tone on day number 2 on what they wanted to do. They kept the momentum in there. They kept the consistency in there. For many teams, even if they did deny that chicken dinner and go full send, I don't think they can catch up in terms of points. There were moments where BG almost did so, but Yango Galacticos will rally, survive as a 4, and they're really good at doing that. This team is looking great, and there's a reason why they are always at the top when it comes in terms of team favorites for many fans.
All hail the defending champions once again on the throne, as they will be your team to be competing in the EWC. And of course, we go through all the accolades as well. We're looking at Yatka to be the FMVP of the tournament, with the highest damage and huge amounts of elimination points being gained. What an ending to the story, Tash. I mean, we didn't really have to go all the full mile to really witness history in the making, because Yangon Galacticos was just a cut above the rest.
Yeah, Yango Galacticos, there is a reason why they are the veterans, and the reason why this team has been together for a very long time. What ain't broken, don't fix it. And I think for this team is that I think that statement definitely holds. Now for Lilyatka, I have to say his impact this tournament has been phenomenal. It's really exciting to see someone like him play as aggressively and get away with it. 1vx's long range, close range fights, you can always rely on this guy to bring in that heavy impact that his team sorely needs. Regardless, there will be the end of this tournament, but before that, website, guys, don't forget, we have the Tecno Camon 40 Premier 5G one-tap perfect snap smartphone for this tournament that you guys really have to check out. You can find out more on their website.
That's right, that's what the champions have been using, and you too might be able to read the champions in your own stories as well. So that being said, you know, other than the Tecno phones out there, you should also check out what happens inside of the matchups where when you play with your friends. There's definitely a whole lot of brand new collabs in store for you guys, especially with the new Shelbys as well as the AOTs. Speaking of which, it's on our screen right now. You can get your hands on the GT500 as well as the 427 Cobra, where it's currently available up till next month. So make sure you get your hands on it before time runs out.
Yep, and also the AOT X PUBG mobile collaboration is here, where you have so many things that are so cool happening, such as the ODM gear, the Titan transformations, and so much more. You can join the fight right now, and this is for a limited time only. So if you guys want to relive the best parts of the AOT anime, you can do so in the game.
That's right. All that said and done, big congratulations to Yangon Galacticos once again as your champions of the PMCL 2025 split. So, of course, it's been an honor to be casting alongside with you, Tash, and I can't have it any other way.
Awesome, likewise to you. So for now, guys, don't forget to follow PUBG Mobile on all their social medias to find out more about when this tournament is happening, and also to follow your favorite teams. And with that, we bid you adieu. We'll see you guys next season.